자 이렇게 다시
오,
한번 아니 또 잡혀요.
아 죽었어요. 죽었는데.
자 교환
자
교환
로봇까지
로봇까지입니다.
아 잠깐만요. 이러면은 사이온도 해주고 대박을 쳤는데요.
오히려 좋은데요? 미드 타운까지.
솔직히 아직 밀지는 못했지만 차분하게 하나하나
오케이
그렇죠. 또 잡아요.
여기서 지갑 뼈두가 함께 딜.
또 잡나요?
다리 잡아. 다리 앞으로 앞으로 그리고
긁어요.
네.
긁어요. 사이온은 놔두라고.
사이언을 좀 놔두라고.
하면 억제기가 나갈 것 같은데.
나갈 수밖에 없겠는데요.
네,
억제기
안 하고 나갔어요.
아니 지금 사이언한테 스킬 쏘고 그런 거 자체가 손해예요.
네.
오 이거 위험한 시야가 일단
없거든요.
위험한 것 같은데 위험한 것 같은데요.
아 근데 이거
네.
메인가 되는 거 좀 알고 있는 것
사슬
같죠?
사슬 빗나가 사슬 빗나갔어. 사슬이
그러면
사슬이 안 닿긴 했는데 그래도
네,
잡아요.
오케이. 전멸. 와,
자라 토스가 다 토스가 일단 들어가 먹었습니다.
근데 진지하게 안 쳐요.
근데 이게 싸움으로 돌아야 될것
진지하게 안
같아요.
치고
플러스 기아는.
제이스가
전투 저거
일단
보시죠.
치나요?
3,000 2,000
끝까지
2,000
포트가 되나요? 이거
1,600 멍크 이 탐정 이 탐정
라인 옆구리
전멸로 빠지고
옆구리 제리가
와 제리가 사이드 슬라 헤이틴이 폭발합니다. 자 그래서 결국 이제 바론의 자 버프 받고 바텀 2차까지 또 밀고 들어가고 있습니다. T1 자 들어가서 대장경 징크스 스페시가 살았습니다. 근데 이거 바로 찾는 거 아닙니다. 아니 이거 야 상대방 심장이 습니다 거의 쥐네이스예요.
하거든요.
그렇죠. 네. 디플러스 게임
그리고
오예 나는 쿠키
아니 콜비가
쿠키
아니 스킬
제리 약간 애매한 것 같은데 자 볼까요?
미알
제리가
싸운다가
딜을
타토스
얼마나 할 수 있나요?
루피도
일단 빠져야 될 것 같고요.
예.
제리가
그 미아이령서 일단
그래서 이제 제리가 딜해요.
아니 억울하가 이걸 다 틀렸다.
불면 다시 앞으로 근데 그런데 백도
네. 자 HG만
어디 막기 쉽지 않아 보이는데
빨리 집 가서
막기 쉽지 않아 보이는데요 데미지가 없어요
복귀해야 돼.
데미지가 없어요
자 마무리 두 번째 타고 나갔고요.
메가 나래요
잡기 잡았고 하지만 싸우는 거
안돼
여기서 경기 끝. 제재.
아무 말이나 해봐. 아무 말이나 해봐.
파이팅 디플러스기야. 우리 파이팅 하는 거야.
아무 말 좀 해봐. 나 긴장 좀 풀어줘.
긴장돼?
사실 긴장된 척이긴 해.
나 긴장돼.
너도? 저도. 지훈아 잘 안 들리긴 해. 안 들리긴 해 지금. 나도 긴장돼. 잘 들려.
Don't call me. 구원타자가 될 것인가? 역적이 될 것인가? 역 LCK 미드라이너랑 1군이나 1군. 팬이에요. 폴미. LCK가 떨려. 여기가 떨려.
나 솔직히 말하면 의자에 앉았을 때 여기가 더 떨린. 공 맞춰 버스트. 버스트 해봐.
버스가 되나요?
나이스.
오케이. 엑스 봐. 빼면서. 섹스. 세리티가 빠져.
좋아.
라인
민성이 형 봐줄게. 이거 민성이 형 봐줘. 민성이 봐줘. 쭉 가자.
나래가 마크 잘했네. 침착하자.
좋아.
좋아.
잭스부터 잭스
아.
앞라인. 오오오오오오.
나 얘네 들고
오고.
빼야 하는데.
어.
좀 빨면서 해줘. 빨면서 해줘.
아 좋아. 파악해 민성이 여기 다 높을.
나 집
다
갔다
높을이야
올게.
민성이 여기 다 높을.
나 집 갔다 올게. 아, 탑에 텔 탈게.
아 이거 죽겠다. 아.
조여봐, 탑에 텔 탔어.
야
조여봐, 탑에 텔 탔어.
끝나겠다. 시간만 끌어줘.
야, 시간만 끌어. 끝낼게.
위에. 저
하게.
지훈아 너 제일 사갖고 와.
오케이. 5초, 4초, 3초.
끝낼 거야,
재생성된대. 억제기
끝나, 얘들아.
재생성된대. 노플이야. 아, 재생성돼서 안 끝날 수도 있어.
아 끝내. 침착해. 나 텔 있어. 어차피 20초야. 죽여봐. 야
끝낼 수 있어야 돼.
끝낼 수 있어. 죽여.
아니야. 억제기 재생성돼.
아 죽이지.
승규 그만. 뒤지. 쏘리.
내가 못했다. 까비. 야 아깝다.
아,
내가
잘했다.
못했다.
야, 쉬러 가자. 미안하다.
아 내가 뭐
너무 많이 못했다.
우리가 던졌다. 까비. 야 재밌었다. 까비.
반가워요. 반갑지 않아요.
안녕하세요.
반갑지 않아요.
안녕하세요.
반갑지 않다고요.
나 말해볼래?
말고. 아이고.
정환이 말고 다른 거.
가나다라.
진짜 많았어.
Hello and welcome to LCK Challenger League live at WDG Esports Studio. I am Vladez and I am with Lol here for the next day of playoffs, which of course is the other side of the bracket here. We do have KT up against D plus Kia. Should be a banger. Wolf, what do you think about this?
Yeah, it should be, but it might not be. I think our casting team overall leaning towards KT Rolster. We'll talk about those specific predictions a little bit later on. But I think most people liking KT here tonight because D Plus looked so shaky at the end of regular season and in that first round of playoffs as well. Just not the best look from them. But it's such an important match for D Plus here because their main team in the LCK was eliminated. They dropped out in 5th place. So very unusual circumstance. And they were, for a long time, the best team in Challengers. Now they're not considered that. So to win tonight, I think would be an upset, but it would be huge for them.
Thanatos to the main roster win is, I'm sure, something that Atlas, if he were casting this series, would have said, depending on whether or not D Plus play well tonight or if they do get bopped a little bit. And both of these teams are looking strong on paper. We will see the predictions in a little bit. I'm not going to spoil them, but generally pretty even across the board, so could go either way, I feel. Obviously, we are in the double elimination part of the bracket, so even if you do lose here, you do have a chance, and maybe this even ends up being our finals. Like, DRX do look really strong, but I think they were challenged very nicely by T1 and kind of showed some of their weaknesses in that series.
Yesterday was pretty interesting because I voted 3-2 for DRX because I thought T1 actually was going to win, but I thought it would be like, it just wasn't actually going to make sense if I voted for T1. Like, the more I thought about it, I was like, this is actually just kind of a ridiculous prediction if I vote for T1 because of DRX's form. But the strategy we saw from T1 in their previous series was actually immaculate against HLE. And then we saw DRX choose T1, which I thought was a huge mistake. If you guys remember last time we were here on the desk, I was like, what? And then you also were like, this doesn't seem like it makes sense. And then they almost lost. And I was watching in games 1 and 2, like yelling at my TV, I should have predicted T1, I knew it! But then DRX got the reverse sweep, showing their experience. And they moved to the winner's bracket here, round 3.
Yeah, and whoever wins tonight will have to face DRX there in the winner's bracket, but this is kind of where things get really interesting because not only is it best of 5s like we always used to have in the past, it's double elim as I mentioned, so you get a lot of information on all the teams, right? And T1 have already shown a lot of their stuff. DRX had to in a 5-game series, and I'm sure we'll get some of that tonight as well, but it might just be a 3-0. You know, it depends. I think that D+ have been looking shaky. KT are extremely strong, but if DK play at the top of their form, maybe we just get 5 games.
And I wonder if D+ have some strategies prepared for tonight, because in their series against Nongshim, they kind of came in and looked pretty vanilla. And Nongshim is a team that obviously has a very wide depth in terms of the bottom. And I think that I think D+ haven't shown as much as they have in their wheelhouse.
Yeah. Crazy Popet asks, does the team coming from winner's bracket get an advantage? So, kind of. You don't have to play 2 days in a row. You can wait on the final day and watch the losers final and say, oh, I see exactly what you're doing. You're taking a rest. You're eating chips with your team. You're drinking a coffee, right? You're not actually stressed playing a match the day before the finals. So I think that's the biggest advantage you get.
You will also have side selection, so that is
maybe bigger than everything else.
Yeah. And I think that also applies to the rest of the bracket, not just the finals, but we are going to see our first team walking out here. KT Rolster. It has been a huge year for this organization. They almost beat T1 in the not upper finals, but upper round 2, the first part of that round for T1. They did end up losing in that 5th game, but going up to the top of the bracket here, almost getting first place actually in the regular season for challengers. It's just been an amazing year for KT Rolster with some new players, really. I mean, some of these players are old faces from last year, but it's a new roster and they're performing very well. So KT may be coming back to the forefront of Korean esports here potentially.
Kill to death ratio.
Yes.
That's something you generally see in like FPS games because assists aren't as big of a thing, but it's interesting to see it here in League of Legends. The KD ratio, if it is, and they're actually first alongside of all of their other fantastic stats. You know, KT Rolster are in the second series. You know, DRX got first, so they played in the one yesterday, but KT easily could have been first if DRX didn't have that big run at the end of the season.
Yeah, they were like 1 game off of getting first place, actually. So it was very close, even with DRX's amazing run. They just were so dominant across both rounds. And I would say, I think this is true. I think they were the most consistent team across the season. If you add round 1 and round 2, on average, this was the strongest team, even though DRX did have that amazing run. And KT did some silly stuff in terms of substitutions and lost a lot of individual games at the end of the season. Hambak, going to be one of our key players here.
Yeah.
One of the players you put at the top of the list for round 1.
Yeah, Hambak, I feel like I'm the biggest fan of him. I just think his aggressive style is part of the reason why they're so consistent, because his style is so consistent. You always know what Hambak is going to bring to the table. He never really has an off day. I wouldn't say he has the highest highs of any jungler. Like, I think Lucid is pretty obviously up there. But this guy is just really consistent for the team, so I think he is very valuable in that aspect. Whereas Hype is really the big carry of the team.
Yeah, I'd say, you know what's interesting about Hype is he reminds me a lot of FaZe in that he can play basically anything. Notice his champion pool is quite varied here. He can play the Zeri and scale up, he can play the Xayah and sit back and then do late game damage, but he'll also play winning lanes like the Varus lanes. And he's even got a pretty good Jhin. So he's very good at team fights in particular, and it doesn't matter what type of champion he's on, he's going to perform when it comes to late game. I think he's weaker than some of our best AD carries and challengers like Smash, for example, but I still think this is a player that really is deserving of the key position he's been given here in our little stats thing.
Did you ever realize that your name backwards is Flo?
Yeah, that was one of my Smurf accounts in StarCraft. Actually, it was Flo.
I've known you for what, how many years now? 11? Yeah, I just now realized that after 11 years. I'm glad. Thank you, YouTube chat.
Did you know your name is Nadrab backwards?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I never thought about that, but that's also true. All right, D plus Kia have made it onto the stage, and they did their bow, as they really need to have the same performance that they did in round 1. They need to bring it back. They just barely made it through playoff round 1, and now they have a much more difficult opponent ahead of them.
Yeah, notice their control of Dragon is pretty high. The first turret is very high, but their first blood is very low, so they're still making good macro plays even without getting early kills. And I think a lot of that's the pressure that we see from them on the bottom side of the map. And at the beginning of the season, that's where they were really finding a lot of success, similar to their parent team, you could say, in the LCK, with Deft playing Lucian lanes extremely well, and then setting up dives with the Elise. Lucid was the first player to play Elise in Korea. We saw then Canyon play it in the LCK. The early parts of the season, we were just seeing so much aggression down there, and they were finding a lot of success when they could play through bottom side. But when Rahel has to just kind of play a quiet, slow Cole versus Cole game, he has not looked as dominant, and I think that's one of the weak points for sure for this roster into hype on the other side.
Let's take a look at Lucid here. The stats are not great, actually. Take a look at his DPM and his kill participation. To have that low kill participation as a jungler is very surprising. He is 11th in the league, so even behind one of the quote-unquote subs. But the guy is still awesome, so don't read too much into the stats, but I'm pretty surprised that he can be 11th in 2 of them.
I think a lot of this is based around the fact that when D+ fall behind, he just kind of farms, and that's kind of what D+ do. They wait for pull bait to pop off. Like he
still flanking.
Yeah, he's still flanking, right?
To this day.
Thanatos and pull bait will have great engages, and I think that's the late game team fighting that we should expect from D+ Kia is not about their 80 carry popping off, but about the engages. It will put Rahel in this key position here, and notice his stats as well. Also not looking too great in terms of DPM.
He do the farm though.
Yes.
he killed the minion.
He does kill the minions, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. They'll farm it up, they'll play slow, and then they'll wait for that engage. You notice that one of the standout picks here is the Lucian and the Varus as well that comes with it. They're setting up those bottom side plays with Cryo so incredibly well. But when he has to play other champions, he hasn't looked as dominant. The Zeri win rate actually higher than I expected here at 6-2.
Yeah. Rahel, he is pretty decent from the 80 carry role. He's never really the super hype carry for the team, but he has oftentimes been put in that position here in round 2 and in playoffs, which has been interesting. He's been able to get the job done, but there have been some shaky moments, as I'm kind of surprised we don't highlight top lane at all. Both Castle and Thanatos are excellent,
yeah.
And I think that they absolutely should be highlighted in their own right. Maybe it's just because top lane is, you know, the current state of top lane is always a discussion point.
Sure.
And at the moment, you know, you're either playing Cassante and you're carrying the team, or you exist.
I think that Castle is almost as good as Thanatos. Like, I think that's maybe a controversial opinion, but I think there's a lot of narrative around players like Lucian and Thanatos because they were so hype and they were so good for so long that people will not actually look at who they are today and their current form. They'll just be like, no, Thanatos, buzzwords. He's good. I heard Thanatos was good. I didn't even watch any of his games, but I heard he's like the best one. I think there's a lot of that going on. I think Castle is much closer than people realize. I would still give him a slight edge, but you can't win through top side alone. So I think KT has the better full package here. I think Feisty is better than Poolbay by a significant margin, which is weird. I would not have said that in like weeks 1 to 3. But right now, I could pretty confidently say it. I said it at the end of round 1. I'm worried about D+ here unless they have some cool strategies to bring out. Because if they're just going to play normal standard meta, and KT will play normal standard meta, which they usually do, KT will win. I think there's the better team at basic picks, so maybe some Malphite action coming through, you know? Where's my Nasus pick that we saw yesterday? Yeah, I know you
No.
were casting Valorant yesterday, but they did win with Gnosis yesterday, DRX.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. There's too much cooking. There's too much smoke in my head for that. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I don't think they're gonna do that, but we did actually have T1 games where everybody was looking for Faker. That did happen.
We did see that, yeah.
Yes. Susan was bonking people.
Warwick top lane next. Someone from YouTube chat. I would love to see it.
Someone? His name is Alexander.
That's right. That's true. That's what
Yeah.
his username is. It's true. It's
He
public.
also said Castle equaling Thanatos is controversial. That's for sure.
Well, I mean, I said that as well. So like, I think we're all
Wolf
in
did
agreement.
say that.
Yeah, Valdez cast Valorant yesterday. That's
Yeah.
true. Well,
I
he
did drink a lot of coffee today.
I am halfway through my coffee. Well, maybe about 1/3 of the way through. I started a little bit early.
I drank coffee before I came here.
Me too.
And then I got another coffee from WDG. They're very nice. Always provide us with coffee and food.
I've been playing a lot of Like a Dragon Ishin, which is they changed the Yakuza name to Like a
What?
Dragon in English now. But yeah, I've been playing the Yakuza
Why?
game I've been telling you about.
Does Yakuza have a bad rep or something?
No, it's called Like a Dragon in Japanese, and they wanted to make the name the same, I guess,
Ah, I
because they're
see.
doing global releases now. Because it used to be the game would come out in Japan, it would take some time to get translated, then it would come out later. And like, I think the reason why it was called Yakuza in English was they were like, let's get the kids who like to
that
hear
makes
the
sense,
Yakuza. That
actually.
sounds dark and interesting, like back in the old days, right? But anyway, I've been playing that game. I drank some coffee while I was playing it.
Do you have any tattoos, Wolf?
No,
Neither do I.
I've always wanted to get one, but then I'm like, there's nothing that I have decided so far that I'm like, I want this on my body forever enough to be like, yeah, I'm gonna get one. So I'm still thinking about it. I think I probably will eventually get one, but I just haven't found the right thing.
What was your highest rank in StarCraft 1?
In StarCraft 1, probably like C,
C.
honestly. Like, it's been so long since I really thought about that because I played Icy Cup
How
back-
old were you?
like
Just a
16
young
or
lad.
17, something like
yeah.
that.
Ooh, Nightbot got Gatoran. Get wrecked.
Aw.
Nightbot's still going strong here,
I
even
love
in playoffs.
Gatoran, though. I'm sure he would
Yeah,
never
he's
say
great.
something bannable.
Will you get a tattoo of Valdez on your rear end?
No, I don't
I
think
don't
so.
think so, yeah.
I'm tempted, but
I was definitely thinking about it, but then Wolf said no, so yeah, I can't get in there. No plankers in chat. We'll have to work on getting the 7. What is it, 7V?
I don't know.
7Z?
I don't know.
I don't know. Well,
7TV?
7TV? I don't think is it 7TV? Oh, I guess it is. Yeah.
I think we have some of them in the channel, but not all of them. I think.
Will we ever see Rengar?
Mm,
My cat kind of looks like the same colors as Rengar.
true.
Yeah, a little bit.
We saw Rengar in the World's Finals in 2020, so never let your memes be dreams. All right, so let's take a look at this because this is so interesting that KT has always been pretty consistently at the top with D+, and like KT was chasing D+ for a while, and then at the end we were like, oh, they passed them, and then they were very close, and then they ended up just ahead of them, obviously, and DRX shot up to first place, but for a lot of the season, these were our two best teams, like by far, and we were like, oh, these are clearly the two best teams, and this matchup is kind of hyped because of it, but its current form, you're worried about if you're a D+ fan.
Yeah, absolutely. That's really the key talking point for today. What is the form of D+? Because it totally changes everything. Like, KT's form has been pretty stagnantly good. Pretty consistently good, I think is a better way to put that. Whereas D+ have been up and down and up and down. And if they play a good game, we should have a good series. As we are taking a look at some team stats here. Both sides having some pretty good stats. You know, don't read too much into first blood percentage. But
yeah, as we saw earlier, D+ doing a lot, even when in the early game, even when they don't have first blood. First blood win rate also, is usually quite high. It looks like D+ is in the rare occasions they've gotten it, done very well with it, but it's usually a stat that means a lot more. But with these two teams, actually not too much. You can see the objective control for both these teams is very similar. They're just two dominant teams, right? 14-4, 13-5. These are the types of stats that you really expect to see. It's kind of the things we were honing in on in the win conditions for D plus Kia in the early part of the season that have been most impressive, and then KT's consistency outside of that, that we were focused on. And I think, unlike yesterday and in the T1 Nongshim series, I think draft will actually play a very small part in this series. I think it's going to be about individual performances.
And the predictions reveal themselves as a lot of 3-2s in the middle there. We have 3-3-1 Andes, Wolf included, and we do, of course, have Hojin going for the 3-0. As, yeah, I think it kind of makes sense that this is favored towards KT and that the 2D plus predictions are 3-2.
Yeah, I believe Junghyun is one of the play-by-play casters, but I'm not actually
I believe so,
100% sure. As the Marines prediction is not listed here either, which is unusual.
Yep.
I talked to him. I talked to him before the show, and he told me he thought KT would win 3-1, and I was like, oh, me too. That's why.
Oh, it's nuclear. Okay.
Oh, it's nuclear. Oh, okay. Then never mind. So maybe play-by-plays are actually excluded on the Korean side. That makes sense.
Finally, Atlas and Valdez get a vote, which is good. 3-0 in Challengers Blasphemy. It did happen last week. You and I were casting that series. Quick 3-0 from T1. Nothing to see here.
It could happen again today for sure. As the drafts here, we're going to focus a lot on them. But again, I don't think it's going to be about pocket picks as much in this series as it has been so far for the rest of our best of fives and challengers. I would happy to be wrong about that though, and I think if one team is going to show that, it's going to be D+. That's my feeling, Valdez.
Drafts, always very interesting to watch in this day and age, especially in playoffs where people do crazy things like picking Nasus and winning. As KT from the blue side, they did have side selection. Kind of makes sense that you start on the blue. As Syndra, the biggest Challenger League ban that never gets banned in LCK.
Yeah, Varus is, I think, a given, but interesting to see it banned on blue side here. Makes me wonder if KT are just going to prioritize Hype Zeri, just take away some of the picks that could do well into that, as we've seen Zeri's priority shoot up so rapidly in the LCK playoffs. And here, not as much. I'm still seeing things like Caitlyn being prioritized over it.
Rise.
Yeah, I mean, these are Feisty's picks, right? I mean, this is comfort pick denial here.
Can't play Azir anymore. That was number 3 on the list of 3.
Yeah. Rakan taken away here, so weakening a Xayah pick. This really does feel like we're just going straight into a Zeri first pick, saying, I dare Rahel to try to play Lucian. See if D+ just ban it. I mean, it seems pretty predictable at this point. That's the angle we're looking for, and Xayah, you could still play. You could still first pick Aphelios if they ban the Zeri, but it's going to be Annie. As in Challengers, this goes through a lot more, as we've seen so many times. I would be really surprised if this is not either a jungle pick for Hambach or a first pick Zeri. And it will be the Lee Sin.
Yeah, excellent. It's great for Hambach, his aggressive style. He can really make a difference early on the game with Lee Sin. He's not going to be like an LCK where sometimes they're like, oh, I got to play this safe. I'm just going to farm it. He actually will sometimes get a little bit over-aggressive. So stuff will happen in the early game. And it also allows your draft to be very open-ended. Now, of course, they do give the Zeri with this pick.
I wonder if KT are planning on just playing Aphelios Thresh here, as definitely weaker with the Lee Sin pick that they've taken. And I would have personally liked the Zeri a lot more for KT Rolster. We'll see what D+ want to get for their jungle. Sejuani's still open. Wukong very strong here, obviously, for Peel for the Zeri. And it works very well with Lulu, so it's like that's what we're going to do. Oh, I say it in the last second swap to the Vi.
Yeah, a little bit of an ability to do more in the early game, right? So we'll have that. Can skirmish a little bit better.
Veigar is another pick that we could see picked up here for KT, but I think the Aphelios Thresh angle is the safest right now. That being said, it's like they banned Rakan, but they can't keep him out of the portrait.
He's still involved in one way or another.
Okay, Xayah, Nautilus. Nautilus being one of the old Zeri counters.
Yeah, still one of the Zeri counters, technically. His R button, you press it onto the Zeri, and she can't just space as easily as she normally does.
Very good into Vi as well. Vi's trying to go in, you can actually ult her, and the angle the Vi takes becomes a lot more complicated because she might end up knocking her teammates up as a result. As Heimerdinger will be the support here, a very common support in the early parts of 13-1, where we're seeing Zeri and Heimerdinger do very well in lane, and the Heimerdinger help peel for the Zeri. So not too shocked by this. Loopy's Heimerdinger has been pretty weak though, in my opinion. I haven't liked it that much.
Yeah. In general, I just think Rahel on Zeri and Loopy on Heimer might have some issues. Like this isn't the LCK where you just kind of like handshake through lane and it's like, okay, well, we'll see you in the mid game, or, are we going to pull off some dives or something like that. So would expect Hype and Wade to get ahead on this. Both of the KT supports, even Rebel, fantastic on Nautilus. So that's another thing in terms of talking about, player-wise, some of the picks that go through here as two more mid laners get banned away from Feisty.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see the Ahri ban. The Ahri is much stronger with Aphelios Thresh. So that one a bit puzzling. It does make it feel like D+ might just try to go for a Talia pick here for full bay though. As the days of Akali are long gone, they are long over, and have so much additional damage in this comp. If you do pick up the Talia, as KT are focusing on Thanatos, they'll take away the Malphite and the Cannon. And this just gives an opportunity for D+ to pick the Cassante here for free if they want. I think it's pretty safe. You can basically deal with everything. I mean, it could end up being a great kick target for the engage, but otherwise, I mean, I see it's the best pick for the champs available.
Cassante versus what?
Gnar.
Jace available. Gnar is kind of the obvious one. The general selection that you get. They are going to need some kind of AP, especially if they do go for decent AP damage in the top lane and not just a tank of some sort. Because otherwise, there would be basically 0 AP damage on this team.
And that's going to be really problematic into Cassante. So the Veigar I was talking about earlier is going to go through instead of the Ahri. I think that the Veigar ban would have made a lot more sense here, but Veigar Gnar is pretty safe. KT is one of those challengers teams when you cast them, you just kind of know what you're going to get because they draft really standard. They draft like an LCK team.
Yeah.
They play standard League of Legends. They're not trying to trick you. They're not trying to actually pull the wool over your eyes. Like, no, we have the answers. We have the counters. We're just going to draft standard League of Legends here.
Lulz, not war, said Jax 100% if Castle can play it. Definitely could have been a nice selection as well if you are looking for more of the split push type. But as you were saying, Wolf, KT a pretty straightforward, solid, similar play style through and through most of your games. So we have Lissandra last pick here.
Yeah, I'm not really a huge fan of this Lissandra pick because in order to make this work, you need to be setting up dives nonstop, and you have a Cassante and an R lane. You have a Vi, so that's good. Like we've seen Peanut and Chovy pull this link between the Vi and the Lissandra off very well for dives when they have early control over the map. But playing a Zeri Heimerdinger lane bottom, you've got a Cassante top, so your mid-game team fights here and early skirmishes around first, second, maybe even third Drake, your first Herald fight. I think if you can't get the Zeri ahead there, which I think is exactly what D+ is trying to do, is try to get Rahel some early kills, then this comp doesn't necessarily work very well in the late game. KT have all the answers in terms of setting up team fights later on. But Zeri is so busted. We used to talk about Zeri is, oh, she's kind of weak in the early game. Like, wait till she gets items. No, the players are so good at her now. She's actually the strongest early game AD carry outside of lane, of course. In skirmishes, she could just clean up a team fight.
Yeah, Zeri prio goes up, and then it goes down, and then it goes up again, like we're on the KT roller coaster. But she is back. She's very strong and first pickable and playable with anything. So I'm glad you make that point, Will, because I think we're going to see more and more and more of the Zeri until something changes. As almost ready to jump on to the Rift for game number 1. D+, I think this is a very good test of their form. If you can't make this kind of draft work with, where you have to be really proactive, trying to be setting up plays, you might put yourself in trouble. And if they can't do that, it's not a good sign for the rest of the series.
Certainly not. My money's on KT for this first game in terms of the drafts.
Well, guys, we do have game number 1 started up. Let's jump onto the Rift.
Yeah, it just happened naturally, organically. I was gonna let it hit.
I was scared that it wasn't gonna happen, so I just did it.
I think that's fair. I mean, it's bonus. You get Valdez, who does it perfectly on time, and you get the real one, and you don't have Wolf screwing it up. Like, everybody wins.
I did say it 5 times, actually. I got confused because it was happening, and then, yeah, it was a little scary. We also got guac, 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 guac happening, so that was fun.
Yeah.
Glad we got to witness that.
Production is all on the same page. We got Silver Scrapes yesterday.
Yeah.
And then Silver Scrapes post Silver Scrapes on the casting desk. I think WDG is really getting into the memes a little bit. Playoffs are making that guitar go through in the opening as well. Stopping the doo-doos on the chat, putting them into the actual song. What's going on?
Well, I'm hoping that Hambach can get something started in this game. He is a avid Lee Sin player. I feel like the Korean server and all the Korean pros rejoiced when Lee Sin was back in the meta.
Yeah.
I mean, I say Korean server, but it was never out of the meta in solo queue. Like, I think it's still the most played jungler.
They just knew they weren't going to get flamed anymore because all the pros are playing it again. It means like you can play this and no one's going to get mad. As in terms of stats here for these champions, Loopy is 4-0 and Heimerdinger, but again, some pretty weak performances from it, from him. As not trying to cast her curse or anything, but and I was going to mention both Hype, who was 4-0 on the Xayah pick we mentioned earlier. He's very good at playing this champion in the late game, and Thanatos is on one of his worst champions in the Cassante that he really started playing more towards the later part of the season and just hasn't looked great on. So everything's kind of coming up KT Rolster colored right now.
Yeah, would agree, but you never know in challengers. You never know the way it's going to go, and maybe D+ just roll a 9 out of a 3-6-9.
Could happen.
Can we use that move for DK? I don't think so.
I thought you were going to say Nat 20 and do like Dungeons and Dragons meme.
Yeah, I've been seeing advertisements for that movie coming out.
Oh,
I don't think I'm gonna watch it. I think it would be very
no.
cringe. It feels like it's very forced.
Good turret block.
Like, we are the nerds. You should watch our movie because it's cool, and we are cool because we like the nerdy things, right? Haha.
Yeah, there's a lot of cash grab on nerd culture, and I don't like it. You know, there's a lot of, hey, we know that there are a lot of people who watch the video games or play the video games, and society...
it's not lame anymore. It's like deemed cool now, so...
Society is telling me that it's not bad, and we're just going to change our tune now and totally try to cash in on it. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of all that. If it's done well, that's fine.
Yeah.
Like Stranger Things, by the way, you know, I know not everyone loves the show, but their approach to nerd culture and Dungeons & Dragons, I thought that was pretty perfect. Like, that's the sweet spot you're looking for, you know?
Yeah, and you still get to cash in.
Yeah.
Because that's what
it was
it's
a
all
good show.
about, right?
Yeah. In my opinion, it's a good
It's
show.
all about the money. And we do have a little bit of a money lurk from Lucid. He is waiting in the brush. There is a ward in that brush ahead of him, unfortunately. As a hook goes in onto the Zeri, and Wei finds his way out.
Too bad there wasn't anything to follow up as...
Yep, that's a blink, by the way.
It's a claw.
Yeah. No, it's a blink, actually.
It's a blink to a claw.
It's a blink claw.
Can we, I think we can kind of, like, we can draw, like, a bit of a compromise here. It's a blink to a claw.
Okay. I'm okay with that.
All right. I'm glad we're on the same page here.
I think that's part of the reason why the Lissandra was picked as well.
Yes.
It's just like, okay, well, you can't get me,
Yeah.
but I'm going to get you when we hit level 6.
You can also, of course, blink over the cage to be aggressive. Just grab a teleport here.
Is
Pretty decent
Lissandra
timing.
a control mage or a burst mage?
I would say, like, kind of neither. She's more of a...
I was going to say, yeah.
She's kind of like a weird... She's a control assassin, like, I don't know.
She is a pick champ.
Yeah. She's kind of in the same category as Ahri, but they do the same thing in different ways. It's a great answer to Ahri because she has amazing lockdown that's very consistent because it's not based on a skill shot, so it's very difficult to avoid her engage, and then she can just ult someone point and click.
There's so many champs like that in this meta nowadays just because CC is so important. It's like, well, what is the most reliable CC we can get? And it's the point and click CC. And then you just get follow-up. As Rahel is going to flash, actually. It looks like Wei was just going for a basic trade. And then Rahel was like, no, this is scary. And maybe he saw Hambak coming over or a denial of vision. Either way, he is not going to have flash now.
Yeah, you see it at level 4, 2 points in E for hype, and he's like, I think we can start making some of these plays happen as Wei is just looking for hooks constantly because he has the Glacial Augment. And this is the way to play Nautilus right now in the meta like this, where you could just get some additional slows. That gives you a better trade in lane. And it's pretty amazing. It's not about Nautilus's damage or Zaya's damage in particular. It's just about that extra slow and the extra autos you're going to get.
Wolf, do you know when Melio joins, by the way, for competitive play?
I would imagine probably in summer season. I don't think it's going to be available for MSI. That's my guess, just based on like what happened with Viego and Yone and stuff.
Because I think he will absolutely shake up the meta.
Oh, I think so too.
I think they did a good job with this champ. The only issue I might have is that he might just be banned every game because he does so much while also being a direct counter to the current meta with his ultimate, obviously. And I think teams will just say, no, we just don't want to play against that. That's just too powerful.
Yeah, the strongest part of him, to me, is like the cleanse is amazing, but I mean, that's
his kit is insane across the board.
But his Q blocking engage is so good, plus giving you the ability to do good engage and extra damage in lane. It's kind of busted. The range he does as well for AD carries in lane is also really strong. It's on a really long cooldown, so that's not super oppressive, but I think his Q is, for me, it's
like
so
too much
strong.
Control on top of everything else. It's crazy.
Like, for example, we saw that game with T1 where Guma died on the Zeri a little bit at the end of the game against KT, and they were playing the Ashe support, and you could see, like, okay, well, Ashe doesn't do that much to peel for you. She's very oppressive in lane. But Melio is oppressive in lane, but then also can block engage super well, and that's why I think he kind of is the full package and is going to be super strong in pro. I just don't see any world in which he's not extremely highly prioritized. Kind of like Renata when she came out, everyone took a little while to figure it out, but right after that, she was like in every game.
Yeah. Melio is a very common ban in Korean solo queue, actually, because players are like, I don't want to play against this. This is like anti-fun. Like, I'm trying to make plays happen, and this little kid is just here denying me my gameplay, denying me my dopamine. Will not have it. I will ban it.
I think a lot of people ban it in solo queue because they're like, people are trying to play this on my ranked game, so they don't know how to play it yet. Yeah. So I don't want to deal with that either. I don't want it to be on my team.
Also, it's really strong. Like, it's overtuned, I think. So it's everything all at once. So it gets banned very often. We do have a game of League of Legends happening, Wolf.
This is exactly the type of game that I expected we were going to see today, where KT is just like, we're going to scale up, going to play standard, normal League of Legends, group for objectives, and D+ are like, we're going to play passive, wait for some later team fight opportunities. And both these comps scale really well. But I think my money is on the Veigar aspect of this draft for KT versus the Lissandra in terms of what she's going to be able to do. And they've played so massively, even with the bye here, that, I mean, post 6, you should be able to make a play happen, get a flash, force something, but they haven't even tried. And that's because they have very little lane prio, as we discussed in the draft. So
you can Vi ults through a cage, you can claw over a cage and through a cage. Feisty's just sitting here with his unsealed spellbook cleanse, farming better than a Lissandra, who has Ignite with her with her unsealed spellbook, sitting there farming. Yep. That's, it's 100% going to be a good spot for KT.
Look at all this vision here in the jungle as well.
Yeah, how do you make plays with this?
And because Wei is so good at playing the Nautilus and getting these hooks so consistently, they're just constantly putting pressure on the enemy lane, the enemy duo. And so Lucid wants to come down here and do something, but he's always seen. They're going to take a nice back timing here for the Nautilus right now as he hits level 6, so he can come back here and look for an ult engage. as Luffy has spent a little bit more time out of lane. He's going to have his ult very soon. And the call is going to finish here for Rahel, so that's a nice spike for them. I mean, this is just a matchup that someone in the chat was talking about the Jax earlier. We discussed it a little bit, but
It was Lulz, not War.
yes.
I know all my chatters' names.
Lul's not where that's the guy. Yeah, he's
Yep.
right there. A little bit of a purple look in the chat color is.
And it's going to be KT looking to set up
Yeah.
the first kill as Kick comes in with the flash, and Thanatos is getting pretty low. Do they have the damage to burst through? Yes, they do. First blood given to KT, and a massive wave was set up by Castle. And yes, they might have to give up some on the bottom side, but a nice proactive first play for KT.
Yeah, and they should actually be able to get to this turret, in fact, because they can just use this minion wave. The timing of the minion wave allows them to get down here without the Lee Sin being able to threaten. And yeah, some plate gold is going to go over to Rahel, who has finished his call. But we don't live in a world anymore where I think we should be talking about Zeri like, okay, she got money, so that means it's really good. Like, into Lucian, that was always an amazing feel when you could get money as Zeri into the Lucian, where you're like, okay, it's so oppressive, how can I even farm, how can I be relevant? And then this is very topical for what we were talking about right before it happened. The Nara can use his spacing to get some hyper procs off, weaken the Cassante, and then dives like this are pretty easy to pull off. Really well played from Thanatos regardless, because he's able to all out after getting the Q3 to pull them into as much turret damage as possible, but ultimately still isn't enough. That's why he doesn't flash. But yeah, I mean, the Zeri getting plate gold doesn't mean that she's ahead in this game. It doesn't mean that she's in a better spot. And in fact, with this back time, and Hype is going to get his own plates here. And KT are, in my opinion, massively ahead. They also have the faster Drake here, and I think with the prio they have around the map, they should be able to set up for a second Drake fight. Not looking great. Yeah, the gold lead is non-existent. In fact, D+ had like a slight one, but I think that's ultimately not that big.
KT as well, right? If the gold lead is even,
Yeah.
this team with the more scaling is going to eventually win. And yes, maybe you say Zeri is kind of like the Joker pick, where she kind of like outscales everything, but hasn't really been the case nowadays. Even though she is very strong, it's not like the end-all be-all of scaling, like she's going to 1v9. Maybe if Yumi comes back, and you know, I see that every once in a while on the Korean ladder, playing a lot of League nowadays, which has been fun.
Yeah.
It's pretty disgusting with Yumi in her current state.
Yeah, it's
but,
weird how Zeri has kind of become, you know, if you don't have a super oppressive lane like Lucian, which is less oppressive than it used to be, or a Caitlyn, or a Draven, Zeri is kind of like a busted early game champ. Like, I feel like that's the way that we need to be thinking about this champion right now, and not actually thinking about late game. Like, look at players like Paze hitting that level 6 all in so incredibly well, so consistently, and actually getting kills in lane in 2v2s. And then her cleanup potential, her ability to chase down champions. A lot of AD carries can't do that. She could just chase somebody over a wall, hit them with Extendo Beam. Her kill secure is so high. And yeah, her late game is really strong too, don't get me wrong, but I think that's not, like, if you get there, that's cool. And like, if you have the glass cannon hyper carry Zeri, that's awesome. But getting there is often getting your team other advantages in other ways too, because her early game is so busted.
I think the Zeri builds where you like build a tanky item later on in the game are pretty interesting. You know, you like get 5th item anathemas and you're like, well, I already have enough damage. Maybe I can... By the way, we do have a game going on as KT are the one that are doing the picking. And they're the one that are proactively setting up the plays, denying vision. Like, Holbei is just trying to exist, trying to get some vision for his team, as meanwhile, we did have a solo kill from Thanatos in the top lane, but he does not have teleport.
Yeah.
So this dragon might just go over to KT.
So that's pretty huge that he picks up that kill, but at the end of the day, this is still going to be a more significant objective here on the bottom side for KT, and they're not done. They actually might even look for more here. Feisty is in the area and does have exhaust, so re-engage is so difficult here.
Just take a second Drake and keep scaling. I don't think they're actually going to just back off of it.
I think that was a bit of a step too far here from KT to hope that they could actually pull something off here.
Yeah, it almost feels like they're not trying to get a pick. It almost feels like they're scared to take it. They're like, no, we don't want to lose a fight against Zeri here and give her a moment.
Well, I think that if they had instantly taken it, it would have been fine, but then they chased, and then they were like, now this is kind of risky. And maybe they haven't actually correctly tracked if Thanatos has his teleport or not, but they've waited so long that he's now walking down, and it looks like D+ are going to get this, which I don't think should have happened. It's not the end of the world, but getting a kill topside and now getting this Drake feels pretty nice. Watch what happened here in the solo kill, and then we'll probably watch the replay of full base. It looks like he just has no Meganar. Gets stunned here, and then all outed. Q3.
sometimes you just get Cassante.
Yeah.
Like he started this entire trade by just autoing him once with the Iceborne Gauntlet. Is that what it's called nowadays?
Yes, I think so. Keep changing
That
it.
item is. Oh, the first blood turret goes over to the Zeri, actually.
Yeah, that's actually pretty huge. Gonna pick up some additional money. Still gonna be a turret for a turret. Gold lead for KT. Surprised we're not watching Pulbe's the replay of Pulbe again, because I thought that one was like so interesting to me, because he's both trying to get out of his lane, but also then trying to set up a pick for his team. But KT are just so smart, and they have that mid prio, and they're like, no, we kill him actually. We win this. There's just no question about it, because I think Lissandra right now is in a really weird spot. Only the best like LCK teams know how to use her well, and it requires prio. And you need to play into a matchup where you can get ahead. If you're just playing it because you like it, you're going to have a lot of tough times, because she's not that strong unless you have a team around her to find success. Or if your team is just winning everywhere else, if you don't have prio, like, yeah, she can look good anyways, but I think that's not the point of Lissandra. She's even being picked into Ahri sometimes where people are like, it's the free win, it's into Ahri. I'm like, well, are you winning everywhere else, though?
Yeah. Are you winning, son? The real question. We do have a big fight over this one, as just going to walk straight into this. He does get the cage down and has a stopwatch. Meanwhile, so much damage coming out from Height, as nobody on the side of D+ is actually able to follow up onto this. They finally get the kill onto Feisty, as Thanatos is basically unkillable. The Rift Herald is going to go the way of KT, but they are losing this fight, as Rahel now, with the chase down, he gets a big ultimate, as they're just going to have to leave their Nautilus to the Wolves. So DK picking up a big fight win here.
Yeah, Zeri early game champ. I'm telling you, 2,400 damage.
And you start winning the fight, it's rough.
It's interesting because Zeri is so good when she can hit multiple targets, which is why in a lot of cases she builds Rune in second when you're looking for these types of team fights. And in comps like this, it does so well. But her ultimate is basically Rune's in the early game anyways. This fight is so well set up from Feisty, because he knows that he can actually buy a lot of space with his cage, and he has stopwatch here. But there's a really nice flash here from Lucid, and unfortunately the Xayah has to ult here. I mean, I say has to, probably shouldn't have. Wanted to get the kill into Thanatos, ulted, fails to get the kill, that doesn't have the escape anymore. And I think if she holds onto that for just one more second, the way he gets in there and gets the root onto Rahel, or forces him away because of the fear of the root, maybe they win that fight. But I'm kind of misusing his ultimate there, so ultimately they end up losing the fight.
I laughed because you said ultimately after talking about ultimates.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was very strange for Feisty to just walk up and cage a bunch of champs that can kind of just ignore his cage. Like, the positioning was a little bit weird. The fight wasn't started off KT favored, and then Thanatos tanked about a bajillion damage approximately. So in terms of just like straight up numbers, DK, I think we're always going to be favored in that fight. Like, KT started it off well, but it was ended by DK. So now they've got a pretty good start here, a 400 gold lead. It's not massive, but their Zeri had a little moment.
Yeah, and
he's got 2 items.
Rahel, we were talking about, like, I was mentioning his ult is basically Runins. Now he has Runins, actually, after getting those 2 kills. He finished a cull, he got the first turret, first brick on the bottom lane, and all those additional plates. So he is definitely a big, scary threat right now. And all of the CC was used to try to kill the front line and try to kill Thanatos on that fight for KT. And if it's not used on the Zeri, Rahel is just going to do work, right? And he's not a very impressive AD carry in terms of what he's been able to accomplish this season, compared to players like Hype, in fact. But if he has this much gold and this much of a front line, he will just do it by default. It's not even that flashy, it's not that impressive. He just kind of presses Q, walks at him, and he's going to get those kills. As long as the ult connects to a few people, it's going to be good enough. Very loud, Thanatos. Keep it down up there.
It's a very loud comp from DK. Lissandra and Vi together.
With
on
Gnar on
the
the enemy
clients.
team, too,
Yeah.
It's like just getting a little bit loud.
Quack, 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 quack. Uh-oh. Gonna force out some ultimates, maybe? No. Lucid not gonna be able to get on top of that one. Not going to force it into a Xayah either.
By the way, I think Kana is way better than Thanatos, and I think this conversation needs to die. I'm so tired of it. Every time I look over at chat, and people are like, I'm pretty sure, like, the only reason why I deal. I'm like, no, guys, come on.
Yeah, I mean, Thanatos is
He's
a
very good.
strong player.
He's very good.
It's good to hype him up, but especially, I mean, Kana has like so many years on Thanatos in terms of experience.
I mean,
that,
like, what-
I don't think it would be very close.
What Thanatos did in that solo kill at the castle, we've seen Kana do to like the top tier LCK players consistently. He's gotten so many solo kills on Cassante in particular this season. So
Yeah.
I think it's
I think that people just sometimes get, you know, if I can speak honestly, I think sometimes people just get frustrated with Kana sometimes. And they're like, I don't want this guy anymore. I want the new shiny thing, like, you know. But Kana is a fantastic player, and although sometimes he has whoopsie moments, a lot of players do. And you know, Kana, he's been much better this sport. So
yeah, I really think
been good.
He's been kind of insane. Like his Renekton, his Cassante, and his Gnar were all incredible this season. Someone did ask about Bible, and I think that's an interesting conversation to have because he only played 2 games this season. He went 1-1. He was just subbed in for DK in matchups against weaker teams earlier in regular season. So I think he might come back, but right now they really prefer Loopy, and he's obviously been the mainstay. So I wouldn't be shocked if Bible finds himself on a different team, maybe next season or next year, if D+ wants to trade him away, because he's very talented. But I don't think we'll be seeing him in this series.
Loopy, rough spot, but he is Heimerdinger. Place turret, and Nautilus is countered.
Castle
trying to get on top of the Gnar here. Castle does have flash, but you ever just feel like being CC'd 100-0? Well, you can just put yourself in Castle's shoes.
Yeah, I personally don't, but if that's your thing, that's cool with me too. Like I'm totally down for that if you're a big CC punching bag type of person. But you know, this was a setup where they showed topside, including the jungler. Everybody's pushing there. You're trying to push a Lissandra. She's Lissandra. And then the bottom side of the map, they're like, well, I guess it's Gnar, and he doesn't even have a turret, so we'll kill him. And they did. Thanatos is actually trying to get an inner turret, and he just will.
Yeah.
Completely undefended here, as KT is going to drop the ball on the defense.
Yeah. This is why sometimes in Challengers we can say all the things and all the things that should potentially be true in Pro League of Legends. And sometimes you just have to throw the book out the window. It's like, okay, well, KT have got this and this going on, but at the end of the day, sometimes, you know, Thanatos gets one gank, he has one good fight, and then he takes it over because, you know, I think especially in Challenger League, there is a higher propensity for like single players to just be able to carry, and you know, this side lane is becoming a massive problem. I'm not saying that Thanatos now is going to 1v9 the game, but
he might.
He is now in position to do exactly that.
Yeah, he might. And once again, Castle is just over here alone. He has no turret. He just wants to get some additional information because he can't farm. And I think he's kind of feeling like, okay, if they show bot, maybe we do Baron, because I just can't actually side lane against this Cassante anymore, who has a Randuin's, had a Randuin's before he killed the inner, now has a Negatron cloak with the additional money he picked up. So he's very rich, he's very difficult to kill. And yeah, it's a 2-item Veigar, who's scaling slowly here. It's probably sitting on like maybe 240, 250 stacks, you have to imagine, but it's going to be very difficult for him to burst down this Cassante, for anybody to get through this Cassante. And, I mean, I assume cut down was taken from Hype. We didn't actually check, but there are some
Maybe
ways.
Yudo can check that for us if Hype has cut down Rune.
Yeah, I hope so, but it's not impossible to kill the Cassante, but we're reaching close to impossible. Like, we're very close to that benchmark right now. It's like, actually, like, he will never die. We're getting very close.
He's in a good spot. He's hanging out, and as this game comes along, we talked about some of the scaling on the side of KT, but the scaling of some specific tanks in this day and age are very strong, namely Cassante. Hello, Atlas and Chronicler.
Hey, Atlas and Chronicler.
Hey, Atlas and Chronicler. I hope you're having a lovely day.
Yeah. They haven't said anything in the chat, so I just don't know if they're here or not, but
yeah,
they might check the VOD and see the hello, so.
I just like chuckling at chat sometimes.
Yeah, me too. I do have a little chuckle at chat sometimes. Yeah, it's
so Chronicler, what do you think about the current state of the game here?
That's a good question, Atlas, but I'm kind of feeling like it's not doomed, but it is very difficult for KT to win. They need to win this team fight here. They need the gold really badly, especially their Xayah needs it, because the Gnar is still in a decent place, like it's sitting on the Cleaver and the Trinity Force, but Xayah needs 3 items now. And realistically, like, they need an LDR. Xayah just needs any money she can get. And this is a fight that you can take if you have the prio. They do have it, but now they lost vision. So they had prio, I should say. They no longer do. Castle's just trying to get his Narbar set for this fight. With a good engage and a kill onto Rahel, that's your best bet. Because you have to somehow circumvent Thanatos, otherwise you're just not going to do it.
They like put the cage on the Thanatos. They're like, no, not that one. Sorry, I didn't mean
Rahel's
it.
exposed and Nara's flanking. Wait, Rahel?
Okay, Rahel.
Okay, we're looking to collapse. We're looking to collapse.
Castle, Narvar in a good spot. Oh, they got the Cassante again. Wrong guy. He's just gonna W through that cage. Does not care at all. As will we be flipping over this second Cloud Drake is the answer. As they do find Rahel, they get that ult in. Big Gnar into the wall, and the Zeri is out of the fight for basically forever. Will it matter? As finally they do get the wall down, and down will go Rahel. A big fight win here to the side of KT.
Beautifully played from KT, just playing around this Gnar flank so well, having the Narbar set at like 60, 70% so that he can engage when he goes in. And Thanatos decides, okay, I'm going to push this Gnar away so we can actually push onto the Drake itself. But even in mini Gnar form, those hyper procs with the Cleaver coming through will do a lot of work. And that's why I was saying, like, yeah, it's Xayah who needs to get the money. The Gnar is still going to be functionally fine sitting on 2 items here. Then he just pushes through Thanatos' health bar, uses him as a battery to get the final part of the Gnar, then engages onto Rahel. Rahel's positioning has to be better in these fights, and then the rest of the fight is being won by KT with the cage on the top side. So, like, they're winning on 2 fronts here as Castle comes over, Event Horizon's on cooldown. And instead of pushing hard here onto the back line at the same time, or pushing onto the Gnar, they kind of just sit back and lose.
Why does Thanatos not ult him here is my real question. I feel like your one job is, okay, he's about to hit Mega Gnar. Get the Mega Gnar out of the fight. Like, yeah, you're really tanky and you can do some crazy stuff in team fights too, but the enemy Gnar has a perfect flank angle onto your Zeri. Just ult him away. Yeah. Like, just press your R.
Also,
I don't know, I feel like that was a bit of a mistake that we need to see cleaned up from Thanatos.
The pull bay angle too, like he was sitting in the Drake pit, so it's really difficult to make the decision very quickly. But if he had actually gone on to, instead of the backline with no follow-up because they're trying to deal with this Gnar, if he had just come in to support the Zeri and the Cassante, I think the fight might have gone a little bit differently too. Rahel maybe escapes there and then can help carry. But he like went in basically 1v4 on the other side of the fight and has to flash out. So now his flash is on cooldown. KT has taken some massive vision control here and it can set some traps in the jungle.
Yeah.
You're gonna dive, maybe.
Well, they're trying to do the same thing the Castle they did before, but this time it's with 3 other guys as, yeah, gonna get the kill, but meanwhile, your mid lane is in a rough spot. So that is the trade-off you make. As Cage goes down, just trying to zone away Thanatos. They can only do that for just a moment as Thanatos runs at them and they say, well, we do now want to fight a 4v5.
Rahel is just gonna free farm down here in the bottom lane. He's a solo laner now. No vision.
Okay, here we go, trying to get in onto Thanatos. Nice kick comes in. They get the knock up onto Loopy. As in they go. The Lee Syndrome coming out from Hambach. He's not able to get the kill, but he will survive at the end of the day as Claw is there, but he doesn't take it. Thanatos in a bit of trouble. The damage now from KT is extremely high.
Zeri is just not here at all. Looks like maybe it was going to set up for a flank, but that sounds extremely risky. Decides just to back here, and some minions will be pushed into the bottom turret, but Hype has just enough time to come and get most of them here. So not a whole lot lost. It's a cannon wave as well. KT really winning out on this trade across the map. So winning a team fight, yes, you lose Castle, but you get an inner turret. So mid is very open now for pushing. And the deep vision they got in the jungle is going to take some time for D+ to remove. They also have vision around Baron, which is spawning in 35 seconds here. So looking very good for KT. It looked like for a moment, okay, Thanatos is too big. But now the Gnar is just doing Gnar things regardless of the lead. And you know, it doesn't matter. If Zeri dies early in the fight, you can't win these. If Zeri's not there, you're definitely not winning them either.
Yeah. I do admire D+ trying to look for the insane angles, but sometimes you just use your Fed Zeri and try to fight better than the last one. And I think that might be what they need to do here. Just try to wait out the Baron, try to take a fight on the next Dragon, perhaps. Again, you don't have to, because it is just a singular Cloud Drake, but we all know this is challengers, and they will.
Castle is going to threaten this mid inhibitor, then he can go prep the wave top here and start threatening the inner, and then he also can be ready for Baron. he has teleport too, so he's basically farming 2 lanes while the rest of his team in the 4-1 is actually pushing aggressively bottom side here, so they have control on both sides of the map, which allows them to do, you know, just Dragon whenever they want. And okay, Lucid.
Okay. Well, now you're trapped in the cage, and you're dead. Okay. That's the end of him, as Wei taking up a ton in that front line, as Sandra not, again, going to take that. Pulpe not able to find these angles. Gets the one frozen thrall, but KT just kind of back away after that. As, yeah, you, I know you're vying, and you can ult through the box, but definitely don't stand right in front of 4 KT members.
No, probably not. That's probably not the move. Well, I mean, Baron spawning in 2 minutes. Like I said, they could put the Gnar back in top side, control that. Still a ways away, but the push bottom side in the 4-1 allows them to now go over here and do that Dragon. They have the prio. And once again, if Castle's in position, or if they can zone out the Zeri, who doesn't have Ghost, it's a very difficult team fight to win. And Thanatos, he can win a 1v1 in the side lane, but he can't really win a 1v1 on a flank, because the rest of the team can collapse faster here for KT. So it's never really truly a 1v1. He's actually just going to have to stick with his team, unfortunately. And this means that if Hambach wants to, he should be able to just go start this Drake up. They're considering it.
Hey, Thanatos goes in, he's trapped in the box, and down he goes as Wolf has the most surprised face I've seen in many years after seeing that play.
Why did he just go in like that?
Well, you can see, like, D+ are desperate, but they're really trying to ham-fist it. Like, you cannot just run at them. They have too many ways to disengage, and even if you are Thanatos, I feel like we got to a spot in this game where it was like, Thanatos is so far ahead, he's so tanky, he can do anything. And I feel like he heard us, and he's like, I can do anything! But this is the one thing you can't.
I mean, into 5 people you can't, though, and now the Veigar has Void Staff, and he has a ton of stacks. Like, last time we checked in, it was like 240 to like 250-ish, right? This was a long time ago in the game now, you know, it's like 10 minutes ago. Now he has tons of AP with the Void Staff coming through, and he's going to get a death cap eventually here. I don't know how much he just put into that right now. Probably picked up a rod.
Even Zonya's
Oh,
fourth.
okay, so he bought Zonya's.
So he's really delaying his death cap. I would love to see like how much AP he's at, because death cap is such a fantastic item when you're stacking AP as Veigar.
Yeah, he's still, I mean, he does so much damage with the Void Staff, that Castle.
All right, here we go. Where have we seen this one before? As they're going to use everything onto Castle. He is quite tanky. He does flash and Gnar a Banshee's Veil. Not ideal, as he was just trying to get away. And now the counter engage does come in here, but guess what? Hype is set up in position. Cages are going down to zone away Rahel as well, as the disengage and kite back once again, as I said, from KT is quite insane. As in he goes, the kick over the wall is massive, but Rahel will flash over it. He will not be able to stop Hype from following flashing though, and now Hype is just set up. He's got all the feathers down. He does execute a couple of people, and KT will take this fight.
That was straight up just Hype saying like, I am the better AD carry by like 7 million miles. Everything about that fight.
And Hambach too.
Yeah.
I am the best Lee Sin in this game.
And like beyond the Lee Sin engage there, and like, yeah, it's only a 2,000 damage difference they do in that fight. Look at the total damage dealt this game. Rahel is just, he's a player who will play Zeri well, but like, he's just not as good as Hype, and he's not as big in these moments. And his flank angle he had set up, he did very little. Whereas Hype shaped the entire fight, then they got those health bars low, and Hambach's like, I'm going in. I think we can kill the enemy Zeri. They did. And KT are gonna take game 1. Not the cleanest, but it's good enough.
No, just giving them free KDA. As down he goes, and down will go the next as KT take a pretty solid game number 1. There were some shaky moments there in the mid-game where D+ had some nice angles, but they were not able to capitalize. And a couple of big team fights go the way of KT. They take it down for game number 1 of the best of 5.
The Cassante getting ahead, but no one else really having that same advantage, except Rahel, who wasn't able to utilize it. As Watch Castle gets blown up here, but it gives enough time for KT to rotate over. Cassante teleports into the fight. But what's most interesting about this fight for me is watch Rahel. Like, he goes over the wall here, so he's used that cooldown super early. Has a blast plant, but can't get in, and he's doing like nothing in this fight. His ult hits nobody. He's missing Qs. He can't get in. He can't get in.
Yeah.
He and Lucid can't do anything. And then Hype is like, no, with Hambach here, I'm going to do everything. And Rahel still absent. this time for a different reason.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this series, I think we talked about it off
I
camera.
guess
I'm
we
not
voted
sure
for
if
Hype
we
here.
if we did. I didn't vote for Hype. I actually went for Castle. Because guess what? He got the 1 Gnar ultimate that put them ahead, and I think he was able to get that done, and he did a great job of baiting DK out of position and killing him in the side lane.
I was 100% with you on the Castle vote until that last team fight, but like he still was able to get them into position, right? And the death of Castle was in a large part why KT were able to win that last fight anyways. But I just thought the positioning from Hype was way better than Way for the whole game. But yeah, I was actually initially thinking I'm voting for Castle too, which is weird on a Gnar who's basically spent most of the game side laning and then dying, but that one ult, that one play got them back into the game. I think it'll be a split vote. We won't see what the numbers are, but I think it's probably going to be either him or the Xayah.
We can still media kick W if we want.
Yeah, sure. If it's not one of those two, we will definitely laugh a lot.
Castle blew like 2 big ultimates and a TP from DK. Yeah, like every time they collapsed onto him, the team got massive value elsewhere. So even though he was kind of like the punching bag, he did a fantastic job of being the punching bag. And he had that one giant ult.
Yeah, and this weak point for D+ and Rahel, I think, shows up biggest when you have amazing enemies on the other side. It's Way who picks up low kick W. He had some good ults. But,
media kick W.
He had some good ults.
He did. It's funny, even in that last fight, you know, generally as Nautilus, your job is I press R onto Zeri. But instead, Pulbay like was right in front of him, and he's like, you know what? I'm just gonna combo this guy to death, and that they did. Made it a 4v4 right off the bat, and they didn't need their R button for the Zeri.
Yeah, I feel like the series we saw with D+ and Nongshim, like Jiu kind of gapped Rahel, and that's Jiu, right? And he has a wide champion pool, and sometimes he does weird stuff. In that series, it was kind of just standard, and then in this series, in the laning phase, Way really put the pressure on. And then in these team fights, like Way did, or rather, not Way, Hype did way more. I keep wanting to say way more than, and then I'm like, Way, Hype really overshadowed, let's say, his counterpart in Rahel. So I don't want to see
SKT Duke. Yes, in fact, it is.
Kind of.
It looks exactly like him.
I want to see D+ move away from this area. Don't let Hype have it because he will do a lot with it, but like maybe just ban it instead, you know, maybe that's the angle. That's what I thought they were going to do in the draft, and didn't turn out that way.
Zeri just wasn't there. You don't need to ult a Zeri who wasn't in the team fight. Sure. I mean, that is a pretty harsh way of putting it, but it's kind of saying the same thing that Wolf is saying. You know, I think that coming into the series, you could immediately look to the 80 carry diff and what we've seen so far from the two teams and how they've been able to play around their 80 carries, and KT should have the big advantage there. So we did see that a bit here in game number 1, but I also think that there were some really nice team plays from the side of KT. It was very balanced, very organized. Where on the side of T+, it was all over the place. They're going to have to smooth things out going into game number 2, or this might just be a fast one. Guys, we're going to have a break. We'll be back for game number 2. Hello and welcome back to Challengers. We did see one game where KT were able to take the win over D+ so far. This is a best of 5, but I feel like we learned a lot from that first game, Wolf.
We did. And I think most of what we thought was going to happen happened. But D+ were pretty clutch, actually, in some moments. And they did punish some of the overextensions from KT Rolster. We did see also some really good side lane play and some dive setups. Unfortunately, even though they tried to put Nara down, he got 2 items and he was going to be fine anyways. And they just couldn't actually make the team fights work. Unsurprisingly, with the Lissandra in the later parts of the game, it's just pretty tough to make that one work.
Yeah, I think if D+ had a little bit more coordination in terms of their engages and a little bit more like vision setup, like the game was pretty even. And D+ didn't do much with the evenness. They're like, okay, we're just going to let you have the map. And they were trying to play around side lanes and trying to like get Thanatos even further ahead. But it didn't really work. And then KT kind of were always fighting on their terms. And that was really going to help them out a lot. As, hello, Valdcake and Cookie Man. What's up, Bun Bun? You got denunciated. You didn't realize that the stream started, even though it starts at the same time every day.
Yeah, on these playoff days for sure.
I'm just kidding.
As he told me, Yuna said hello to us and apologized for not saying hello to the correct casters earlier, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Welcome to the stream.
We can't all be as handsome as Atlas, so
it's hard.
Gotta distinguish between the 4.
We were born this way.
Yeah, can't control it. That's the way it goes. Well, esports trolled yesterday though. It's an 8 a.m. start. I don't think any Korean esports event has ever started at 8 p.m. KST, but you are probably from Europe, and I am trolling you. Well.
Anyway.
For this game, too, DK did select blue side.
Yeah, and we know there are no substitutions, so Rebel is not coming in. Wei has been the better Nautilus player, although they're both really good at it, as you mentioned, and we might just continue to play it regardless of the comp because it's very strong right now. A lot of D+ fans here trying to bring the support. A Lucid fan there to the top right. And this series, I really want to see D+ bring out some pocket picks here. And they picked blue side, so I think we're not going to see it in this game. But you go down to 0-2 and then you start pulling the strats out. That is a little bit concerning. And if your game plan is Rahel is going to carry on Zeri because she's really strong right now, that didn't look so good in game 1, so I want to see a change-up. I want to see maybe try to fish for a Varus pick, play a different type of composition entirely.
KT fans are a different breed, man. That sign just said, I always believe KT, and through the up and downs, being able to hold on to that fandom, that faith, it feels like,
I'm like,
in your team.
I see some of these Challengers fans, though, and I'm like, you were too young to be on the up part of the KT fandom.
Yeah.
You were like 12 years old when KT was on the upside.
True. Well, it's better to get on the roller coaster at some
maybe
point.
They're on the upside right now.
Than to not get on at all.
True, and they are on the upside right now, that's for sure. So maybe that she never stopped believing even when they're having hard times. Now they're having a good time and she's still believing. Don't stop believing.
Yeah, don't stop. And don't stop banning the same champs against Feisty, even though he just kind of boomed you with Veigar. An interesting decision. I think that we learned a lot from Game 1, but did D+ learn a lot from Game 1 is really the most important question to be asking.
And I'm trying to commit the laugh and like, they banned Annie on blue side, lol. What? The thing I would say is I'm trying to be positive, right? And I wanted to react to them laughing about the Annie ban, but I think the coaching that we have seen in Challengers right now is like, there's sometimes questionable decisions, and sometimes we don't know why some of these decisions are made. Is they're going to first pick the Veigar. They thought that was the most important part. But sometimes we see teams just drop the ball, and sometimes because players don't want to play certain champs, maybe they're asking for something else and the coaching staff is at odds with them, but a lot of these coaches are also fairly inexperienced, and I think that's one of the weak points in Challengers, minus T1, who have, I think, the best coaching staff here. So you are going to give over an 80 carry pick to KT Rolster here with this Veigar priority and a jungle. They'll take the Rakan, which is also a Xayah pick, and they'll grab a jungle with it. KT getting all killed by Billowy in Pro League. Yeah, that's a throwback.
Billowy's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Well, Rakan Wukong They say, we see your cage, and we raise you hard engage. What do you think? Monka,
We just running Zeri back? Okay. Into the Wukong. Don't have the Wukong yourself. Just gonna play this one straight up. I guess the Lulu's gonna come through now. Yeah. Now this is not bad per se, but it's not what I would do. I would have played a strong side AD carry here if I could have into the Rakan Xayah, try to get an advantage there. Now KT can use this time to think about what their bans are going to be, but it is 100% going to be a Xayah again for hype locked in. What was Billowy's old name? I've been like thinking about it. I'm like, we used to always do this in Pro League. I'm like, Billowy, formerly known as, and I can't remember.
Yeah, I know his face, but
I know his face 100%.
I don't know
Like, what was his old
what his
nickname?
old name was.
I just want to know.
Somebody in chat will know. They're just going to look it up on Wikipedia. They'll be like, I knew it.
Someone will know.
Yeah. So Xayah, Rakan, Zeri, Lulu.
Lure. I think that actually is correct.
Sounds correct, yeah.
I think that's right. Anyway. he was MVP Lure, right? Pretty sure. All right.
Sounds right.
Sorry, the StarCraft lore aside. StarCraft lore and lure aside. We'll see what comes through here, because now that you pick the Zeri and the Lulu, you also get choked out of jungle. So now you have no Vi. Now you have no Sejuani. The Elise was banned early on. Wukong is taken. Nidalee doesn't make sense with Veigar at all. So, you know, maybe we're looking at a Xin Zhao pick here, potentially, which also isn't that great with this composition. Pretty decent.
Play Kindred. What did Valdez mean by that?
What did Valdez mean by this?
Well, it's a second AD carry.
It's good with
You're
Zeri.
already going very high scaling. It offers you a way to deal with the hard engage even further. They have picked Gragas, so don't do it anymore. Please cancel all of that. We do not pick Kindred into Gragas. Gnar is going to be the choice here. And, I mean, you would expect the Gragas to go mid, but we'll see. Maybe they do flex it and pick something else to go into the Veigar.
Ooh, they're going to play Maokai here.
What did they mean by this?
I think it's going to be some sort of tank here for the team comp to function. I just don't know what it's going to be. As I think this is probably the only choice I wouldn't really like is the Kennen, because you're a very squishy comp. Now, yeah, you have the Gragas, so you have some front line, but you don't have a hard tank, and you're playing into Gnar, so Gragas is going to get kind of slapped by Gnar and set up for team fights, and the Veigar is going to be able to zone out the Kennen. So Kennen's ult value is going to be very low in this composition. You're trying to chase down a Zeri, you're never going to hit her, and if you're hitting a Veigar, like, that's not great. So it feels like Castle just wants this pick because of the matchup and how he feels it's going to go.
Yeah, Kennen in the past was always seen as a counter to Gnar, and in the lane it should be, especially with the Kennen buffs. But yeah, who's going to have a bigger impact on the game is still a question to be answered. Maybe Castle's like, I really want to dunk on him because of what happened in game 1. I want to get my revenge, give me the counter pick, I will win the lane and win the game with it. But Atlas also saying Gragas, Kennen, anti-synergy.
There's that. There's
definitely
also
something we've seen a lot in the past. Gragas
Kennen
will just have to be very careful about his cask usage.
And Kennen into Maokai ult just seems really miserable. So I'm not a huge fan of this pick. I don't think it ruins the draft by any means, because D+ will still once again need Rahel to pop off to find their win condition. They have 2 big sources of damage, arguably 3 in the late game with the Gnar too. So late game is really good for them. Getting there, I think, also should be fine with this Maokai pick. Could be used very defensively. It's a Wukong early game, so Xayah, Rakan, not even going to be playing necessarily a winning lane, but even if they wanted to be aggressive, Wukong can't really help out that much for that, so they should have a kind of free path, so to speak, to the late game. But then they need to perform. We need to see Rahel getting the damage done, because he was not able to do it in game 1.
Yeah, they need him to step up and be ready to carry this game to get there. But I feel like DK have put themselves in a position to do exactly that as a team. So we'll see how it goes as we hop onto the Rift for game number 2.
I just let it go, man. If it's gonna do its thing, I'm gonna let it do its thing. But I like the Valdez edition.
I'm gonna let it do its thing next time. I was just, again, I was like, oh, it's gonna cut out.
I actually thought it was gonna cut out this time too. Like last time I trusted, but this time I was like maybe it's gonna cut out, but it didn't cut out last time. I'm just gonna let Valdez decide if he's doing it or not. You did it. It came in. The timing was good.
Yeah. Sure. Tank Maokai coming out for this game. Not too surprising. If anyone knows where Chronicler is, please get him on the line and let him know that AP Maokai has been avoided successfully, and it will not happen in this game.
I think Tank Maokai is pretty good here. It's not amazing, but you know, obviously there were a lot of jungle picks they would have rather picked. Too bad they were banned because you were prioritized this area Lulu instead with the first pick Veigar. So that's the cost you have to pay. So you just kind of get a subpar jungler here in terms of functionality. Very good into the cannon, and for team fights is going to be amazing later on. But in terms of how tanky he's going to be and what he's going to offer this team, it's really you're reliant on Thanatos getting in the front line and making some Gnar things happen.
There's a name in Twitch chat that I cannot believe has not been banned to this moment. Like, what?
I see that. I see that.
Okay, it's gone now. I'm safe.
Just don't read it.
Yeah,
don't read it.
Just don't read it.
Just don't read
I already
it.
acknowledged it. I couldn't avoid it. Either way, Thanatos pretty good at Gnar, so he's going to get a chance this time around. Castle hits level 2, and Thanatos is like, you know what would be great is this one minion. And guess what he had to trade for it was his flash.
Yeah. I put that in the not worth column myself, but I mean, everyone is entitled to their opinions, and Thanatos is a very good top laner, so if he wants to say it's worth, it's up to him.
You know, you got to get those cooldowns. You got to get them ticking. You know, you got to use them so that you can get that recharge time. If you don't use them, then you'll never get the value out of letting them recharge.
True.
Yeah.
I'm surprised more teams don't just smite Baron instantly when they start it up, you know? Who knows, like, you might want that smite cooldown back faster. So anyway, Valdez is pointing some things out to me that I'm just not going to acknowledge.
Yeah,
and
didn't happen.
Nope. And so, early game. It's pretty calm. It's Maokai versus Wukong. Pulbei having a good start here into this melee Gragas, but that's about as standard as it gets. Get an early back off here, it looks like. Feisty sticking around actually with no mana is going to really hurt.
Why didn't Pulbei build a call?
Because, I mean, I think Doran's ring is better for the lane. I'm like trying to think. I'm like, the more you think about it though, you're like, well, actually, I don't know. Like, it's actually pretty good.
Polymorphed, or he can't get polymorphed, but you know what I mean. He was in a little bit of a rough spot there, and he's okay now. But a trade on the bottom lane, 2 summoners for 1 in favor of D+.
He did look a little polymorph there though. I could see what you mean. Pulbei here sticking around. No mana. Red buff here on Hambach is going to come over and just be a little bit annoying. And that's going to kind of mess with his back timing a little bit, but it's not going to be too impactful. Castle is just sitting here with a full energy bar, ready to Q the Gnar and be annoying. Thanatos has to back and teleport early, which looks very likely because Castle is full health. This lane is going to continue to be a problem. Oopsie daisy. Whoopsie.
Somebody asked, where is Showmaker? There's another cannon gone. These are the challenger teams. The main rosters at LCK will be playing later this week. On the weekend.
It's a good question.
Unfortunately, D+ are not in playoffs anymore, but they're in these playoffs, the Challenger playoffs, so if you're a fan of DK, you can watch them here.
That's why this matchup is so important for D+, for the organization to remain relevant here during the rest of the playoffs for LCK across both leagues. Castle going to tank a turret shot, unfortunate, but has a massive CS lead, and is just trying to push this lane as hard as he can to deny CS. And everything else has been pretty calm here on the Rift. Pulbei teleported back. Feisty a little bit earlier on his very standard stuff. And And we're gonna kind of leave it to you guys in the YouTube chat and Twitch chat to direct our new viewers and let them know it's challengers. And I see that YouTube chat did a very good job of that, actually, even though we also said it here on the broadcast. But, you know, just making sure people are informed. We're growing so quickly here. Last time I checked, we had about 1 billion followers on the English channel. It was only 5,000 a few weeks ago, but somewhere in the neighborhood of 1 billion now we have on Twitch.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy.
It's a lot. So thank you guys.
Any followers coming out, and it's like a 1 billion to 1 and 1 billion to 2, you know,
Yep.
it's just coming through.
It is quite large. As we are sitting here, KT are getting a free Hextech Drake. It is pretty early on as well. Seems like the bottom lane started to get a little bit better for the side of Hype and Wei. Xayah Rakan early don't really do much until they, I think it's like level 3. Level 2 is okay, but level 3 you really start to have a lot of the tools to fight back and not just get zapped in the face over and over by both Zeri and Lulu. So they get some prio, they push in the bot wave, and Hambach says I'm going to take this early Drake. So nice early win for the side of KT.
Yep, and level 6 all-in timing. Pretty tough to pull off against the Xayah. Is okay. Hello?
Hello, yes, this is Patrick. Pulbay, you are in no man's land as he is going to flash over the wall, but Hambach has flashed himself, looking for it now as the cage is actually quite nice, as they are going to just follow up on it though. Cage not enough to save his life.
Looks like his belly is just able to get through and get the stun off regardless. Because the cage placement, as you said, was really good, but feisty flashes to buffer the body slam, and they're actually able to secure the kill. It's a trade of flashes 2 for 1, as Hambach also has to flash to secure the kill, but this is definitely worth it, as Pulbay, you are in essentially melee range of a Gragas under turret.
Yeah, so
like, look at how far up he goes. Like, then he's body slammed, and luckily for him, he didn't click on Feisty by accident or anything like that, or aggro him in any way, or he would have been dead way faster. And then Cage here, Feisty just flashes and his belly gets through.
it's just Bomba diff. I mean, there's not really much you can say about that.
Bomba diff, big Bomba.
And, you know, we were looking to the bottom lane to find some strength in KT versus D+, but now, in a couple of games in a row, Feisty kind of owning in terms of the mid matchup in game 1, but now he's the guy playing against Veigar. He has found an answer in the lane, and not even, you know, we don't even know what's going to happen later on in the game. But so far, Feisty is having a much better series than Pulbay here, and has been a big difference maker to get KT ahead.
Yeah, it's not a good start, as you say, and Feisty just finds an angle because Pulbay is pushing that far up, and they have the jungler there, but they didn't even have level 6. Could have been worse. And now he has no flash, so guess what? You're going to see some more attention here. And yeah, the cage is going to buy him some time now, but doing the Drake is not a counterplay to the Herald when it's already taken from KT earlier. So you're giving away this Herald. You have no mid prio. You have no flash. You can't rotate over here. Kennen has prio top. And like, Veigar can and should have prio against Gragas, but not anymore. So, just losing everything on the map.
We'll trade up top. Castle just gonna flash. I feel like that was for safety. I'm not really sure if he had aggro onto Thanatos there, but
there was like 1 minion left, so I guess maybe he thought he was gonna take
it was a
aggro
little
right
scary.
away.
Now Hambach, he got both objectives. Now he's trying to take the blue buff, and I think he will be punished for this, as he does not have flash himself. He does get over the wall, and actually DK are like, no, we can't do this, because Feisty gets there first. Castle gets over, and they say we do not want to take a fight on the top side of the map right now.
That was actually really well played by Hambach, because he can both threaten the Gnar by Eing across the wall there, and then he can still escape with W because Castle has ult topside, and even though he doesn't have flash, he can still get in there. So he basically played aggressively, even though there wasn't a follow right away, and pushed them back, kind of like tricked them there essentially. He doesn't have to use his warrior tricks to get over the wall there. It was a very nice play from our Wukong player here, and KT just trying to get a back timing off, get some mana here for Hype before this Drake spawns. Continue to get prio across the map. KT have better vision here. Lucid's going to try to remove some of that now. So Hype actually is going to wait for this additional wave. Still will have time if he clears this to go back.
Hype didn't buy a call either.
Nope.
That's like the meta nowadays, right?
Thanatos didn't buy one either?
Yeah. But, I mean...
Wait a minute, Castle didn't
He's
buy
not-
one?
Castle had the opportunity to, I think, but he just went Doran's Blade. He wants to dominate early on. That's, I guess, why he picked the Kenneth in the first place.
I went to the convenience store earlier before I went and got makeup, but I didn't buy one. They were for sale. but
They
I-
sell calls at the convenience store.
Yeah, the CU downstairs, yeah.
Huh.
400 gold.
Seems kind of dangerous to sell that when you're not on the Rift.
Yeah, it's, you know, if you want to clear minions real quick and get some additional gold and cash out. I just didn't have time to get 100, kill 100 minions before work, so I
okay.
decided, like, I'll skip it.
Makes sense. I mean, generally you shouldn't be farming before work anyway.
Yeah, I generally don't.
Sometimes though, you know, you get a little bit in.
Yeah, did do some chicken racing before this
Good, good.
to farm up some gold.
Okay. Wolf, why do you think Zeri takes Ghost rather than Cleanse versus Rakan, Kennen, Xayah, Gragas?
Because there's too many sources of CC, so even if you cleanse one, like, you can't cleanse all of them, and if you're winning the fight, you're trying to win more, and Ghost is going to allow you to do that better. I actually think it's not bad here. It's pretty good for the lane, too. That's my take.
There you go. That's the answer. I think it was a very nice answer, Wolf. Well done.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I'm trying my best here to explain what's going on. I think Cleanse is great against long-range CC that leads into other CC, but there isn't a whole lot of that here for KT. It's kind of like all in your face, as this is going to be
KT are really just
stomping.
They are stomping really hard. I feel like D+ are still struggling to even figure out their identity, and KT are like, oh, okay, so we'll play the scaling comp in game 1 and beat you with that. Now in the second game, let's change sides. We'll play what you played, kind of. Not exactly, of course, but we'll play the engaged comp. We'll find picks. And they're just doing it so much better than DK were able to do in game 1.
Yeah.
They're being very proactive. They're getting all of these objectives. They're using the prio in some of their lanes very, very well. And I think that's been the big difference maker here. As Hambach is trying to steal yet another buff, as, okay, that will be smited away. Lucid at least going to hold on to that.
He's going to just toss a sapling in and annoy the enemy team after getting that buff secured, as Rahel is back here. And, you know, Hype is just going to put the pressure on, continue. At least Zeri can get back to lane very quickly with the wall ride, and maybe the end of the world. But, man, KT has so much control. It's Ocean Soul, which, you know, take it as you will. It's going to be important for side lanes, where the Gnar into the Gragas is where Thanatos is going to be trying to set up, you have to imagine. And it's going to be very helpful there, but not too impactful. I think the bigger concern is, can they stop the second Rift Herald from going over when we get to Baron timings? Like, will they be able to win these team fights? And the gold lead here is very small compared to what we normally see in the LCK, for example, at this time. But it is still significant. And that's all I have to say in terms of serious game commentary.
That's all I have
right
to
now.
say about that.
At this point in time, I have no further commentary for you guys.
Okay, well, we're just going to have to wait until something happens to have more to talk about.
Okay, and
All right, we have some gameplay. Feisty is forced to flash. As meanwhile, Hype is going to get a free turret by himself. D+, once again, looking to other areas of the map, and they're trying to, you know, essentially do the T1 where they're losing on one side, but they get wins on the other. But getting one flash out of Feisty and trade of your exhaust, you know, it's good, but it's not as good as a free turret for Hype.
The thing is, even if now they can turn this into a Rift Herald play, the Rift Herald spawns at 15, they have Prio, and they're on the top side here, and even Thanatos actually has control of top. If you get this Herald, where do you put it to get value? The mid turret has taken like 0 damage. And in fact, they're still going to get up over here and group for the contest. They have flash ult.
That's a cage. And there are 3 people. Oh, it was Hambach and his clone. And Feisty, all stuck in the cage.
Like, Hambach has flash ult, Castle has flash ult. You have to respect this. You can't really 5v5 this if you don't actually get control of the choke, which they did not. No Narbar now. Ooh, D+. I think you have to let this one go. And KT are just not going to start it, though. They're going to try to get mid-prio first.
They're just controlling space and essentially saying, okay, we are solidifying our position here. We want to get mid-prio as a team. And this sometimes happens where both teams do this, but nobody makes a play, and then it turns into a little K-Ram situation. But Humbug is going to run over to the Rift Herald and actually start this one up.
Somebody said, can they take the free XP bot? Not without teleport on KT side, and D+ don't have enough control. Look at the zoning here. Thanatos has Narbar though, finally.
Okay, they're going to turn here. They go in onto the Maokai, who is incredibly tanky, but it just does not matter. The turn too good from the side of KT, and now they found Thanatos. A massive Nard to the wall, though. Rahel is getting some damage on the right side. They might be able to turn this one around as the defenders are on the ground, but Hype can't pull him back as he flashes away. And so many low health bars here, but Rahel should be able to clean up one as Feisty comes back in and picks up the kill on Tazari.
Yeah, the Rift Herald getting involved here as well, as Hype is able to narrowly escape, and then they have a great turn here onto Rahel, and the one moment where it looks like he's actually actively going to make an impact in the team fight here early on in the game, he drops the ball again, and Feisty is able to take him out, as the engage here is very awkward for Lucid. He's very tanky, he wants to catch everybody, he doesn't catch the critical members. I think if he actually waited and played this a little bit slower, it's much easier because Castle gets a free ult in. Thanatos isn't killed in time, so now Rahel has this angle. Featherstorm misses. Hype is able to get away with a flash here, and then Rahel chases, and then, yeah, just
Feisty
caught
does
here.
a great job of zoning away full bam Luffy, so they can't really join the fight. Like, if there's an extra shield onto Rahel, or like a polymorph in a good spot, or some extra Vagar damage, maybe even another cage used onto members that are not Magragas, could have been a different fight for sure. So nice zoning here, as we are going to be caught by the cage. Hambak there was invisible for a little bit, but they do catch him, as he will have to flash away. It looks like this Ocean Drake should go into the hands of DK.
A lot of ultimates used, basically everything in that last fight for KT. Some of them coming back up, but they're not ready just yet. And I think D+ have correctly identified we have an angle to take this Drake. KT are saying with our 2 Drake lead, we don't really care. We're going to come up here and take the top turret as well as a Herald in trade for this. And looks like D+ still want to contest, but it is going to be very difficult to do so. And I say that, they actually don't commit. So it is going to be the Herald trade with turrets. So definitely a trade up for KT, but at least D+ gets something. And KT just handle it very well. Yeah, they also lose a flash there. Hambak has to use it because his Warrior Tricks doesn't get the get him through that cage. And man, now they're even going to get this mid turret. This is just crazy. Like, KT's macro game here is way better than D+'s at this moment in time.
Just so solid. Like, this KT team would do decently well at the bottom of LCK.
Yeah, no, 100%.
LCK, like, they have better macro than some of the other teams in the league. I'm not even joking. Like,
yeah,
they're just really, really solid team, and they have the carries to back it up on top of it. So, really good stuff from KT so far. We'll have to see if they can keep it up, though. We did see a reverse sweep yesterday.
The crazy thing to me about KT is that they just don't reinvent the wheel. Like, almost all of our other Challengers teams have these kind of weird identities, which are cool and fun, but sometimes detrimental. Like, for example, Nongshim is like, we have the crazy lanes, we do the weird stuff. Then you have, you know, D+ who are like, we're very aggressive early, we like to play dive, we like to play strong side bottom. But then, like, when the meta changes, you're like, uh-oh, is D+ even a good team anymore? The answer is, like, not really, compared to the teams we have here in playoffs. Whereas KT has just always followed the meta and mastered it very quickly and plays standard, normal League of Legends. And yeah, I don't really like the cannon pick here, but it's also very strong right now in terms of what it can do in lane, and that's exactly what they used it for. He has had one ultimate, which wasn't even the greatest in this team fight. But otherwise, just standard play from him, and I criticized that pick, but everything else from KT here, execution-wise, has been great. Had to flash on your Wukong, you're like, you know what? We're instantly going top side. We're just going to play around top. We're going to get that Herald. We're going to get another turret. We're going to use the Herald to get a second turret in mid. And D+ are just falling apart around the map.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we'll have to hold that thought as we do have the Cyclone here in the brush. Hambak, he gets ahead, and he just does not stop. He always puts himself right on the edge of, like, he went too far, but not quite across the line. So he does a good job of walking that line here, but perhaps is going to get his team a little bit out of position as DK are looking to push into mid lane and take down this turret. But as I say that, they're just going to back away. So no, it's not going to happen.
Not going to happen. Too much wave clear here. Feisty's continuing to push top side. Does have flash, teleport. He's, sorry, ult and teleport is really what I meant to say. Flashy he also has, will help him get out. But like, he's just up here like, yeah, if they collapse on me, I should be able to disengage and get away. Maybe I can set something up for my team. Castle also has teleport, so he can push very aggressively here. Yeah. No flash on either of these 80 carries.
Yeah. Almost there, though, for both of them. Getting closer. And, you know, there was a lot of talk about the draft. There's not really too much happening right now. I think that KT, they have so many ways to press their buttons, be proactive, and get fights started on their terms. And I just think they've done a much better job of it compared to DK in Game 1, who had those buttons to press. And DK, in terms of the scaling, and, you know, if this goes late on even footing, I feel like they will be in a really good spot, as long as Hype doesn't 1v9, which he might. And Feisty's playing excellently as well, so it is going to be difficult, but I feel like KT are putting themselves in a good position to not be too far behind going into that mid to late game. And
they're just gonna do Baron.
Which, yeah, they're ahead, so... And their turn is like S tier, right? So if you're DK and you try to get in this pit, it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, speaking of, I mean, they are going to try to force their way through this choke where there is vision, and they're way too late. Nobody gets caught by the event horizon. Nice try from Pulbe. But the decisiveness in which they push their leads and do this Baron is even stronger, I'd say, than their counterpart in the LCK. Like, they're just like, yeah, we have great turn. We actually are grouped around top side here, and we're just going to do the Baron. And they did. This is just a team that has been coached to fight for objectives well. And it's a low kill game. KT have the best kill to death ratio in the LCK, but 2 to 4 is still a great ratio, right? Like, for the 4, which is the KT in this case. And
remember last week, Wolf, we were casting, and T1 were able to get a Baron and trade for I think it was a Cloud Drake. And we were like, ooh, that's not a good trade. This is an even better trade. This is the best trade deal ever, actually. A free Baron. You didn't have to pay anything for it. They had good vision that was set up. I guess that's what, you know, a little bit of time is all they had to pay for it. They didn't get out of position. They got a free objective.
They get Baron and then use Baron to get Soul Point. So they're going to do that.
Yeah, good start with this. I mean, it's definitely the safe approach.
Yeah,
like, you didn't have to. You could have started pushing and really started looking for some angles. But
Thanatos
happy with this.
Is going to get control of this side. And Castle showing a lot of respect here. Went straight for the Void Staff this game, but this means they are going to get some bounty gold here, which the observers are highlighting, so that's some money going over. That's during Baron, so KT not able to punish that, unfortunately, as they just let it go. Spicy doesn't have teleport. Let's see what else they can get, though, with this Baron buff. Maybe an additional turret would even things out.
Feisty, where are you going, buddy? Okay, he's going to flash to his team. He's actually totally fine. Just an excellent bait as he turns it around. Does get his team into a really rough spot, though, as in they go, and he dies immediately. Lucid is supposed to be the tank, but he is falling apart like paper.
Yeah, and Castle wasn't even here for this fight. This was a 4v5 that they win, and he's just pushing mid. He does have teleport. He has flash and ultimate available. So the flank potential they didn't even have to use is so high. Like, if he actually gets behind that team, they get an ace and probably just end the game with the rest of their Baron buff. But he's just chilling. He's just pushing mid. I don't think they had a flank ward for him to teleport to. He could have teleported to maybe one of these in the brush, or they could have dropped one for him. But man, KT had just such a massive amount of control on the bottom side of the map here. As joins to replay at a dangerous time. As Feisty is just buying time for the rest of his team to come over. Has the body slam, is able to flash. Rahel also goes over the wall here after the cast and is wild growth, so can't really participate in this fight. And so there's no wild growth follow-up for Lucid. Like, if he had wild growth on him with that engage, looks amazing actually. But instead it was used onto Rahel, so does not work out.
Yeah. Generally, the fights for DK, if they want to win these as the games come along, is you're kiting out, you have cages on the ground, Zeri's run around, you cast Maokai ultimate, you are casting Qs, you're keeping away the engage of KT, not burning Aftershock and then going in after without it into Xayah with feathers on the ground. That is not how you play the fights out, and I think Lucid got a little bit happy there at the end. As Thanatos is, I guess he's just dead here. He does have Mega Gnar, and he's trying to run this one out, but there are even 2 more members behind Feisty and Hambach who are also chasing this, which maybe they shouldn't be. But
yeah,
Thanatos will eventually die. They will get this kill, and that, for one thing, is sure.
Yeah, actually goes over to Hambach, because it looks like Feisty couldn't queue one additional time, but still, kill goes over, and they didn't really get anything for it. There wasn't any side push on top. Zeri was just in mid and isn't really going to put any pressure on the turret or anything like that. So not like the castle deaths we had on the Gnar in game 1 where he dies but they gain something. We gain nothing really, unfortunately, except Thanatos is dead. Rod of Ages here at 25 minutes done for Pull Bay. He should be able to get out, but this turret is not long for this world.
Yeah, and we've talked about this a bit on the LCK as well, about Veigar builds. This is the most predominant build. Like, we see this almost all the time, right? Where you go Rod into Saros. Like, it's just very strong. Your Veigar's going to be very tanky, but the issue with it is that you're delaying two of the best items on Veigar for 3rd and 4th, which is, of course, Death Cap and Void Staff. And he really needs those to really be at the point where you're like, okay, our Veigar is online, he has scaled up, and now he's really doing boom boom. Like, he can do decent damage, but before he gets those 2 items, you're not really looking to him to do his 1v9 action.
The problem is that he hasn't really made an impact in team fights with his CC, which is what he does early. And if you're falling behind, even in lane, like, Veigar should just freely get to that death cap. At the timing he will get at this game if it goes there. The problem is they're so far behind in every other regard that these 2 items feel useless. He has a stopwatch as well now, which will make him likely to survive longer in a team fight. But Lucid?
All right, in he goes as a ton of damage being done on the front line, and a massive flank comes in from Castle. He gets the huge Maelstrom mob to everybody as down they go, and DK are completely wiped. Pull Bay does get a nice cage, and he may survive, but he doesn't look very long for this world as Castle comes around again with another flank onto him, and I think it should be game. There's just only one person left, and they can just push it in.
Yeah, that should be the game. KT with a 2-0 win here. It looks like Thanatos trying to stop this from behind. Stopwatch used. I mean, he's not able to defend, though, so...
Yeah, he's not really going to get there for it, and he's not able to get it back in. So the damage is going to be done here. We do have a spawn onto Luffy, but he is Lulu, as this game will be done at 27.5 minutes. Nexus is down. KT are up 2-0 and are on match points.
It's gonna have to be a mid-vote for me, Valdez.
Feisty had one of the best games I've ever seen him played, and he has been so solid this entire season, but his Gragas was, like, unbelievable.
I mean, getting
a... Plus, they're using so many other bans on him, too.
Yeah, getting a kill on the Veigar that you first picked with Gragas is kind of insane, as we're going to watch this last fight once again. Just a really nice engage there from Hambach. Lucid is out way too far, and then Castle is here. They have no vision in their own jungle, so they don't know that the flank of this cannon is possible. And Brahel is just killed so quickly. The front line is gone. He can't do anything. He can't turn around. And we're just seeing better team fighting here from KT. We're seeing better macro. We're seeing better early games. We're seeing better laning phase. This is just a tier difference across the board of all aspects. Like, D+ don't have anything going for them. And I was worried that's how the series was going to look. I think D+ were much stronger in the early part of the season, but as the meta has shifted, they have not been able to keep up.
Yeah, it's been really rough, and that was the first question I asked before today's series. I'm like, what is the form of DK going to look like? I think it's the difference between a 3-0 and a potential 3-2 win for D+, because KT are such a strong team in our minds. Unfortunately, guys, it has been very one-sided a couple of games in a row, so we're not getting a lot of competition, but if you are a KT fan, you got to feel pretty good about their chances, not only in this series, but maybe for the rest of the playoffs. I mean, these guys are looking so solid. It's hard to not call them the favorites, especially after what happened yesterday.
You also consider KT have an amazing team in the LCK who are doing very well, almost beat T1 in that top part of the bracket. They're training with that team. Both of these rosters are going to continue to develop in summer, and we're living in a world where KT Rolster are a top team in the LCK again, not just a shadow of their former selves, their early League of Legends history, their StarCraft history. Not anymore. Its team has returned to dominance. And by the way, not by just buying a super team, but actually taking players that are talented here in this Challengers setup, using them well in the LCK, also buying some players who have a ton of experience, right, and are very talented, but are not peaking, or were not peaking when they were picked up, right, but they work so well together. The coaching is working out for KT a lot. I mean, great game from Feisty. He will pick up POG, unsurprisingly.
Yeah, it's hard not to vote for this guy. I was thinking about Castle again, just because I thought his angles on the cannon were decent, especially towards the end, but Feisty, even as Chronicler's saying, considering how mid Feisty looked in on Breon last year, not
Yeah.
mid the position, but like mid in terms of middle of the pack. KT coaches and scouts deserve a raise because they scout this guy out, they identify he's a great player, they get him onto the team, they make him this good. Like, he is the best mid laner right now. He had some competition. I don't think he really does anymore. He's just insane.
Like, his old teammate, also Loopy, is on the other team, and he's getting outclassed right now, too. And you can see the difference of what the potential of both of these strong players has turned into on different teams, right? Because Loopy is not had a bad season by any means, but man, Feisty is really outperforming him. It's crazy. We were criticizing some of the decisions of KT at the end of regular season. If they had not just messed around in some of those last regular season games, they would have gotten first place. They would have had pick priority. They would have gotten a free round and would be looking potentially even stronger than they are right now. So that's crazy to think about. If they had just played one more game more seriously, actually they would be even further up in the bracket. But maybe even this momentum they have could be better for them in another way, because this team is just looking so good right now. I do not see a reverse sweep happening. I do not see a comeback in this series. I just don't see it.
We don't see it, but we'll have to wait and see in Game 3 what happens after this break.
포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 파란 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Hello and welcome back to the wonderful LCK Challenger League. We are here in the midst of a best of 5 that KT have just claimed as their own, or are trying to. They're very much declaring it theirs so far in the 2-0, but they still need one win to make it happen.
I'm ready to overreact, Valdez. I'm ready to say easy 3-0. Don't even need to look at the draft. I'm ready to say, like, is KT better than DRX? Like, I'm ready to be like,
Yes.
yeah, I think so. I think they're better than DRX. I'm ready.
Yeah.
I'm ready to overreact. I'm ready to freak out. I'm ready to flip out and be like, look, this team is going to win challengers.
But
Like, let's see how Game 3 plays out. And see how they do when they inevitably face off against DRX in the next round, because that seems very likely at this point in time. I actually still think, I don't think I said this on air yet, I told you about it, but I still think T1 is a better series, or a better team yesterday. They made some big mistakes, and they were caught off guard by some wild drafting. If something like that is going to happen in this best of 5, then D+ need to change up their drafting. And they have not changed up their drafting in a long time. So it's time to bring it back. Let's see what side they pick. We don't know yet. There's a blank on our screen for what side they select. Maybe they haven't chosen yet.
What are they going to choose? I think blue is fine. Just
don't prioritize
it better?
Veigar or Zeri. And they did pick blue.
Don't play Veigar? Yeah. Don't play Zeri maybe as well. Blue side is the selection. Fans still going very hype here, not getting excited or anything like that. I know there's a lot of discussion about that in the chat, but the fans are very happy with the way the series has gone so far.
Yeah. And I see Kevin Kim's talking about the head-to-head between DRX and KT. It is true that KT went 0-2 in round robin, but doesn't necessarily mean they're the better team. See what happens when we get to the best of 5 that potentially could be happening next week on Monday. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. There's a lot of D+ fans here in the chat and in the arena of D+ supporters tonight. But I need to see a big comeback here. It would be crazy if after almost losing to Nongshim, they just get completely blown out by KT here in this round 2 match.
All right, let's see how this one goes. Are we still banning mid laners against Feisty?
Yes.
We did not ban the Syndra yet, but will they just ban Ryze first and then Syndra second this time instead of Syndra first and then Ryze second?
It's crazy that, oh.
No.
Oh. Okay, that makes me feel like maybe we're... I was going to say leaving Ashe open, but then I'm like, well, Ashe has been opened every time, and it hasn't mattered at all. So that's what it would have meant actually on previous patches where we saw more support Ashe. But is it just going to be another first pick Zeri? Because
Yeah, you might want to
feel
hold
like
counter for mid if KT let you.
they
Ashe.
banned the Sejuani and the Ashe. They like first pick Syndra. I'm like, no!
First pick Zeri.
It makes me feel like it's a Zeri pick because, I mean, you could pick Lee Sin here again, and it's fine, but you're giving over a strong 2v2 to KT. And they will probably just pick the Xayah lane again. We're first picking Caitlyn. Okay, and now
that?
you have somewhat of an answer to the Zeri pick if Hype picks it up. Let's see what KT have in the wheelhouse now, because KT also doesn't really change their drafts up too much. They don't really throw curveballs, and they kind of play through their own tier list, so they may just simply go, all right, we're playing Zeri, we don't care about the Caitlyn. I hope not. I'd rather see a Xayah or a Jinx, potentially.
They're playing Zeri and they don't carry.
No, I mean, except they do carry, usually, when they play Zeri.
In some accents. Lee Sin is the selection here for Hambach. I think that's great. He has shown already that his Lee Sin is insane. That kick in the last team fight of Game 1 was very, very nice.
Besides the Elise, which is banned, I think Lee Sin is easily the best pre-6 jungle champ in the game right now for bot impact.
Jinx is the answer.
I think Jinx is the answer.
L2 Jash, what a legend.
Yeah.
And this is a very common answer into the Caitlyn. We've seen this in LCK. We definitely agree that it is a good choice in this situation.
Yeah, this is what I was wondering if KT was going to be willing to do, or if they were just going to play Xayah again, which I wouldn't like as much. As we're going into the Blitzcrank, which I do like. It's not going to be that strong in the laning phase, but can be a threat. And it's great with setup CC, which Jinx does to a certain extent have with her Zap. Makes it a lot easier for Blitzcrank to follow up. See what else they bring to the table here, though, because there are a lot of other champions still available they could use to lead into a Blitzcrank hook, including that Syndra that, again, not that strong outside of challengers, but it's one of Feisty's best picks. He will guarantee mid-prio with it if he gets the opportunity to play it. And it might be worth a ban here. I know that sounds crazy considering what we think about the meta, but I would not be surprised if he just locks it in R4 here if it's open. Veigar also strong here.
Veigar, always strong. Always strong. Could be the ban for DK if they are considering not wanting to play against that or not letting Feisty. Yeah, that looks like we are picking Veigar on R4 ban.
Yeah, it does. The Lissandra made me wonder if they were considering an RE pick, but I don't really like it that much here. It might be banned anyways because D+ has not wanted Feist to be able to play that pick thus far. Much stronger with Vi and Thresh, but still a strong pick. See what they want to go with. I mean, the LeBlanc kind of indicating they're afraid of that potential backline access. There it is. So it feels like a pretty easy Veigar angle here for Feisty. He could also just play Gragas again. It's a safe blind pick here in R4 because you can flex it top. But unsurprisingly, he will take the Veigar pick here to also deny that scaling option away from Pulbe. I say that. Okay, there's the lock-in.
They're thinking about what are we going to play in the top lane. That's perhaps what they're thinking. Veigar is going to be the lock-in, and what do you pick now? I mean, Ryze, not available, LeBlanc, Ahri, Talia, Lissandra,
I
Annie.
like Jace here a lot, but you don't really have a very strong front line right now. So maybe Jace Gragas could be the way to play this if Pulbe is comfortable on the pick and feels like he can get through the laning phase.
Watch him pick Akali.
Oh man, I really hope not.
He's still flanking.
This comp is just so squishy, but if you picked the Cassante, which I think was a trap here, then they just play Gnar again. We have similar problems to what we had in Game 1. So I like that they picked the Jace instead because Jace basically wins almost everything. And the Gragas, I think, is the best call here for getting a front line and having some extra engage. Malphite. Okay, so it's going to be Jace mid.
So your AP damage currently is Lux. Malphite has magic damage, but if you don't build him AP, it's not very much.
And if you build him AP, you lose the game, so...
Yeah, so just build armor. Looking like potentially Silas for the top lane here against Malphite.
Would be really interesting to see because, I mean, it's a lot of magic damage in this comp. They're going to lock it in. But it means that you have the ability to steal a Malphite ult into a team that has Malphite only as the tank. And there's no peel for the Caitlyn if a Silas gets on top of you with Malphite ult. So Castle is just like, no, I got this, bro. And this is KT doing something unusual, right? This is KT stepping out of the box a little bit here and saying, there's accepted meta picks here in this box. I'm going to take one step away. We're going to do Silas top here. We're going to play it into Malphite. And I'm actually worried for Pulbay because Jace into Veigar, if he wants to push the matchup really aggressively, then Lucid is going to have to be there with him to follow, or Hambak will punish this lane over and over and over again. And once again, we could see a game where Feisty's like, oh yeah, I'm going to scale naturally with this Veigar, but what if you guys mess up in the mid lane and I actually get accelerated? Because I could see that happening. I think it's a good draft for D+. I think the Malphite pick is smart, but the Silas is such a cool answer here from KT.
Yeah, I think they have a good lane with this R5 pick, and the Silas is going to scale quite well alongside of Veigar and Jinx, so tons of damage as the game comes along. Decent pick potential with the Blitzcrank as well. Feels like they kind of have a lot of different ways to approach this game. I'm curious to see how KT will approach this, whereas DK's kind of pretty obvious. You poke them until you look for a pick, and you press your R buttons on Malphite and Vi, and follow up with a lot of damage. Unfortunately, a lot of the damage will be AD, and that can be itemized around, but of course not a lot of champs on the side of KT that will be building armor naturally.
Really just Lee Sin that could potentially build up some armor. I don't think you're going to be building that on Silas. So.
Double Zhonya's, I guess.
Yeah, hey, that's basically where we're at. So here we go.
Here we go. Game number 3 starting right now. You were perfect. You know what, Wolf? Okay.
Whoa!
Flash! And
You ever flash a missed hook? Missed hook?
It's okay. He got the flash at a loopy, and that is going to be a win because he has Hex Flash. And you know what, Wolf? I need to apologize to everyone. I've been doing the doo-doo on the wrong timing this entire time. You actually had it perfect this time. And I was doing it one beat too early.
Oh, well,
every single day of Challengers, I was coming here and doing it one beat early.
The thing is, we didn't have it for so long that it became difficult to remember exactly where it was supposed to be. And I think I only got it right today because it did go through yesterday, and I was able to hear it. The Korean commentators don't actually react to it at all, so we should tell them about the meme. As we're just gonna walk up.
Wait, we're just running into the bush. You
Like,
don't have
what?
Flash. What is happening? As first blood is given to Hambak at level 1.
At least it wasn't given to the Jinx, but
Wolf was one beat late, I'm pretty sure. No, he was perfectly on time. That's the thing. It is one beat late. And he was right.
I was like a little bit late.
I don't think you were.
Maybe not a full beat, but maybe like a half beat. Anyway, how do you flash a missed hook and then walk into a brush where you don't have vision against a Blitzcrank? Like, how do you make those two decisions? Leilubie is a better player than this.
So. I'm gonna watch the VOD. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. But it is a good question that you ask, Wolf, because I mean, especially after the first couple of games, if you're trying to give yourself a chance in the series, you don't give the super confident 2-0 team that maybe they were feeling a little bit nervous. Now they're not. There's not a lot of pressure on them now that their Lee Sin, piloted by Hambak, has first blood at 1 minute and 20.
7-1 Lee Sin, by the way. Yeah, he's very good at this pick in particular. So we saw him use it in this series already. As you mentioned, the amazing kick we had to kill the enemy Zeri. Lucid is going to try to make something happen here potentially early, but he's going to walk over a ward.
Hello.
And it's Blitzcrank at level 2, so I don't think he will find anything.
Now Hype, with his melee support, even though it started off decently, still not going to have much pride on this lane. Needs to wait as Thanatos takes a turret shot. Castle is running him down.
Might be a forced flash, okay.
He's got the lane in a perfect spot.
This is not looking great. Feels bad.
Man?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is just the one kill. Well, let's see what Rahel and Loopy can get done in this lane because, of course, outside of getting hooks, the Blitzcrank doesn't do much to keep Jinx in a good spot. Jinx has the range to be able to potentially farm in a lane like this, but mostly you're just going to be crashing waves as Caitlyn Lux and getting some plates out of that.
Yeah, didn't even drop a ward in the brush there to the left side of the bottom turret. I thought maybe they would commit there so they could make sure that Lucid isn't coming down to try to set up for anything, because the Caitlyn Lux will naturally push and the Lee Sin is topside. And if you have a ward in that brush as the Blitzcrank lane, you actually could hook the enemy Vi into the turret and actually set up for a kill. Instead, they didn't do it, so they won't have vision of when Lucid comes over here. I'm not trying to say like this is a mistake. They want to save the ward for something else, but now they are doing it.
They're going for this. I think they see where he's back. Maybe not. They are going to get a ward down, though, as they clear it out. And
They just expected him to be in there.
Yeah. Second time here. Hambach has angled down towards the bottom side. And guess what? No flash on Loopy right now, but the Q is going to land here as Wei is not able to follow up because of that.
Yeah, if Hambach hits that Sonic Wave too, there's an opportunity there to grab a second flash from Rahel. So really nice timing here for KT to go in there, Hex Flash the wall to surprise potentially a Vi that's there. If she's not, they get the ward up, confirm she's not there as Hambach comes down to make sure he can actually put some pressure on. And now they've relieved that pressure a little bit here on the bottom side of the map. And what did I say about Feisty Pulbe?
Bit of an angle here underneath the turret. Thanatos has to flash away. This is something you can do, picking that AP Silas into the Malphite. You thought you were safe, but Castle has found yet another answer.
He does have biscuits, so he should be able to get some mana back here and continue to be annoying. Like, he should actually be able to stay in this lane.
What do you think those biscuits taste like? To me, I imagine like cinnamon rolls, you know? Uh-oh. Never mind. We're not talking about cinnamon rolls. We're talking about Castle.
We're talking
getting
about
a
top
solo
lane
kill under the turret.
Yeah, forget cinnamon rolls. Castle's gonna roll this lane, man. He just gets level 6, ults Thanatos there, and yeah, you can drink or eat a cookie to try to survive and then hit a Q and survive until your own 6, but unfortunately he's in range of 6. When Castle hits it, he ults him, he's dead. And yeah, I never really thought about the taste, actually. That's never something that really came into my mind, because it kind of looks like it would taste like a Swiss cake roll or something.
Yeah.
Because of the swirl.
Exactly.
Or cinnamon, like you mentioned, could definitely be like...
Cinnamon bun.
Yeah, like a cinnamon swirl type thing. Actually,
Yeah.
I think that's probably it.
Maybe. Unconfirmed. But I wouldn't be surprised if that would have.
Yeah.
KT, they
We're
get
gonna have
the
to ask
first
Freak.
ocean. Yeah, we're gonna have to ask Freak. He's the only person that knows, actually, out of everybody in the entire world.
Well, this is a rough start, because right before that top play happened, we were taking a look at mid, where Feisty had control versus a Jace, and was running the Jace out of mana, and it was actually trading better. Now they've traded teleport, so it won't matter too much, as we see Lucidity Boots early versus an additional longsword with the tier. Both players picking up tier. And as Thanatos here is just going to catch this wave. Castle might look for a stun. Going to commit. And when you go for the early longsword, it means you're looking to put pressure on. You're not playing defensively, so we'll see if he can do that, because otherwise you want to rush out your Lucidity Boots in this matchup, generally speaking, so that you don't die to ganks, as Hambach is in control of the jungle.
Speaking of ganks, we were just talking about ganks. That's why I said that.
Yeah, well, I mean, Hambach has full jungle control, so they can look for stuff like this. And now Vi ult.
Castle is, okay, confirmed better Malphite, better Vi now, and also better jungler as a top laner.
Better top laner, question mark?
I mean, in
I
the
didn't
series, yes.
I did not vote for him at number 1 in my All-Pro. I voted for Thanatos, but
Same.
he's crushing him in all 3 games right now.
Well, game 1 was a little bit.
Game 1
It was
in
like
a different way.
back
In a
and
different
forth,
way, yeah. In game 1 in a different way, like in the late parts of being relevant in team fights, he crushed him. Not in the lane, and not in side lanes either, of course. But
Monka W, Silas do a horror movie.
he
You do. As Violt's still held by Castle, he's like, okay, well, you can't really take trades against me. You're behind now. I have Catalyst, which means I basically can never die, especially as Silas against a Malphite. So Thanatos is desperately trying to be you know, have some sort of semblance of control in this lane, but he doesn't really have any. So a big prio points here for the side of KT. They already have the first Drake, and this first Herald is looking very good with that top prio to their side. But Hambach first is going to look for an angle on the bottom side of the map as Lucid will find him. Just kicks him over the wall and says goodbye as level 6 is Lucid. Going to follow up here on the Lux. Good flash over from Loopy. Down goes he as Rahel in a little bit of a rough spot, but he will be able to kite it out here as Wei and Hype now just have to run away.
Yeah, Wei doesn't have ult, unfortunately. And Hype doesn't really have a great target here. Could try to interrupt the back. He probably will, like this one, for example, on a ward. Doesn't actually commit, interestingly. Okay, there he goes. So, that's annoying. Unlucky.
Yes, the casters can read you.
Yes, we read you. We read you, Cassius.
Yep. Over and out.
Yep.
You were going to say something?
No,
relevance to the game? Yeah, he walks over a ward.
So this is really interesting, though, because he walks over this ward, and he's standing here, right? But what's really interesting about this is I think they're still set up to win this fight, in fact. Like, the way that they play this so perfectly, because you can buy a ton of time here and get over the wall and bring the enemy by, and then they try to force this kill onto Rahel. It's not successful, but it almost was. And I think if Wei has ult, if he has level 6, you actually probably trade that back and still delay the back. And yeah, you have a 20 CS lead here on the bottom lane. You have that amount of control here. The Lux picks up a kill but loses flash. Like, it just feels like such a minor, it feels like of minor significance right now. It could be relevant later if they're able to get more plates, because it's only 2 plates to the Caitlyn so far. You know, Atlas was talking about this yesterday, like, you know, how many plates does it take to actually feel like you're really ahead on the Caitlyn? How many plates does it take to say you've won? You know, I think a kill, if the Caitlyn picked it up here, you're like, okay, this is done well enough, but 2 itself right now with the rest of the map in shambles, this is not the fault of Rahel in any way, but it feels like compositionally here, I think D+ are on the losing end, at least for now.
Does feel that way. Wei is going to hook into the Abyss as he takes a massive amount of poke for his sins. But he will learn from that. As Lucid, he's hanging around here on the bottom side, kind of tri-laning at this moment, as will he take this punch over the wall? And yes, he will, as Hambach is like, no, 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 no.
I thought Wei was maybe going to just instantly look for the play there, look for the hook.
Okay, well, let's not do that onto a trap.
No, let's not do that. Let's avoid that. As bottom is a problem. It's certainly an issue. The Caitlyn is very ahead now. And we're talking about getting close to 40 CS now.
And KT, they're trying to force these fights. They do not have prio for mid, so Kolbe comes over, forces the flash. Wei is dead. He does do a nice amount of damage, but Rahel just flashes and he's totally fine. As now we do have Castle, who is a massive raid boss in this game. He gets there first, so once again, able to be a very big guy on this rift right now. As Thanatos does come down and trades it back for the Jinx, as Hype can't find his flash button for that one.
Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be a slightly bigger or slightly better trade here for D+, as the Jinx does pick up a kill. But what KT are looking for here, because remember, they actually have the Lisa and ult available in this exchange, is just like, if you can get the Rahel, if you can get, Hype excited here, this is actually an amazing fight. And they are able to do so with the stolen Malphite ultimate. But unfortunately, the real Malphite is able to go through the cage. And if you block him out, which you can't because of his ult, but if you could have actually prevented that engage, if you zoned him a little bit differently, maybe you actually win the fight.
He's fine. Hook, miss. Q, miss. Well, Feisty's Q as he runs forward at Kolbe, trying to force him into the fight, throws out his ultimate as well. And that'll be the end of that.
KT in that last fight, like not the one we just saw there, but the one we were just watching a moment ago, the more I think about it, the more I watch it, I'm like, damn, that was actually like almost a triple for them. Hype is just ready to get excited. His ult is blocked. But the way that they set that up looked kind of silly and greedy because they didn't have prio. But with the Silas there, it was actually a really smart decision. They couldn't actually pull off the execution of it, but it was so close to being incredibly one-sided. But unfortunately,
ooh, that is massive for DK.
Yeah. And DK actually are in control of this game now. I mean, they have a lot of control bottom side. They have a pretty significant gold lead. They've turned this into a 1-for-1 on terms of Drakes, and the Jace is starting to get accelerated. He now has his Eclipse. So I'm feeling pretty good about D+'s chances here in this game at this moment in time, and a lot of this is KT taking some risky decisions that could have worked out. They were just a little bit off the mark, unfortunately.
Yeah, and the idea of scaling or compositions may go out the window if DK get Hextech. So this is very overpowered. This is extremely strong. It can get a losing team into a winning position. It can get a winning team into an unlosable position, as long as, well, you don't do anything too crazy. As still the pressure's down on the bot side, you see Plates don't have very long to go. Castle's able to get one in top as Flash into the bottom lane, who does not have Flash. Rahel in a lot of trouble, and that will be the shutdown here given over to Hambach.
Yeah, and Lucid just a little bit slow on the play. He has Flash and ult available too, and he was heading down there, but he's not able to help his bottom side of the map here. Rahel has no Flash, and they're aware of it. Wave flashes in for the knock-up, then gets the easy follow-up hook. And they have enough damage there with the Lee Sin nearby. Now maybe they'll set a trap.
This is definitely a trap. They have full vision of Hambach. He has no idea as they do combo him down, and he is just dead. No escape for him. Very nicely set up here by DK.
And now you're down a jungler here. No objective to punish with. So it's a kill going over to the Vi, but not quite as significant as what we saw just moments before. Still, trading something back here.
Okay, big trade in the top side, speaking of which, as at least you can slow the attack speed of Castle. So
yeah.
He doesn't quite get to proc his passive
They're
so
gonna
many times.
Try to get this turret here. It will be first brick. And I think they should be able to get it with the shadow here from Lucid. He's not even going to stick around. Feisty doesn't teleport. That is definitely going to go over. And he's walking down. You know what? They might just barely be able to defend this. It's a cannon wave, but because he knows that Vi might be in there, he's like, just going to back away.
Well, this is KT. They're going to play around their strong lane right now. And they say, well, Bot's just gone. Let's just take down the Malphite as he dies in mid-charge. And, oh, maybe he was just hooked. Either way, looked a bit silly as he does go down in mid-flight, we can say. And down should go this turret. So KT find a way to trade 1-for-1 on the turrets at least.
Yeah, and unfortunately for D+, they don't get a kill on the other side, just the turret, because Feisty's showing so much respect that this is definitely a trade up for KT Rolster in terms of gold. And Feisty does have teleport. He's level 11. He can come over to this fight. So KT already grouped towards the Herald here. Very difficult for D+ to make the right decision here now.
Chronicler, why are you pinning that to the chat? That's kind of a Giga Chad move, but yeah, that's gonna have to go. And yeah, KT, you know, after that.
Wait, what was the pin?
Here.
I didn't see it.
He was just responding to someone. What is the cleanse for? It's for Kate Lux. So speaking of which, how much is dead? He is really struggling to survive against Kate Lux. He's like, wait, this duo is just so strong.
Oh yeah, the pin button is like easy to accidentally click on. So I've never accidentally clicked on it, but I
never
almost
accidentally pinned stuff.
I usually just type all my commands in slash, so I don't actually click on things, but I could see why it happened. Yeah, over here, did get a kill onto Hambach, so it's going to be a turret. So an additional turret now going over to D+, and a lot of map control with this mid-turret down. And KT, I mean, they have a comp that is very, very hard to team fight against and scales very well. Obviously, D+ have some really great scaling aspects too in terms of the poke and the engage, but so far, I haven't really been sold on the execution from D+. Like, they are up 2,000 gold, but a lot of that has been KT kind of messing up some weird fights or overextending. But when it comes down to, like, brass tacks and real 5v5 team fights for these objectives, I want to see if D+ can show up there. Because so far, it's kind of been like, all right, we were given some opportunities, we're going to punish, we're going to chase, we're going to make this happen. Whereas KT have been playing extremely proactively and playing their comp at a very high-level way. And 30 seconds to go until this Drake spawns. And this, I think, is going to be one of the biggest tells of who is going to win this third game here, is how well both these teams play around this super important Drake.
So far, the team fighting has been cleaner for KT in the series. Part of the reason why they are up 2-0, of course. Also, I feel like their objective control has been really nice.
Yeah, like no vision.
In terms of, you know, cutting out vision, in terms of controlling certain areas of the map. And it's not even necessarily a composition thing. KT have gotten themselves into a good spot even in even games to just win out in terms of prio. But DK do a good job pushing out mid. They are trying to, of course, retake control, and nobody can really just ignore Hextech Drake's going off.
Yeah.
Over, I should say.
There's so many.
Although DK are going to prove me wrong. Okay.
All right, there's so many good ults for Castle to steal, and I think they're just like, well, we need to back away from this. He's going to teleport into mid now. They're going to look for a fight, actually. They're going to try to punish this Rift Herald drop. He's going to steal the Vi ultimate. Loopy's positioning is so good here. He's got a ward as well. He's stopping the flanks, and Castle just looks silly for teleporting mid. So even though you lose the Drake here, you grab a turret. That's a really fast snap decision here from D+. If they didn't have the Herald, this play isn't possible. But they just decide, look, we don't have vision, we don't have enough control. We're walking into a Blitzcrank, Veigar, and potentially Malphite ult, potentially Vi ult. Let's just back away here and push mid. Castle thinks he can teleport mid, steal a Vi ultimate, set up the flank with the positioning from Loopy there with the E and the ward. Makes it so difficult for them to actually get that flank off. So no punish, and D+. Trading up in gold, this may be something they regret, though, later on if KT get the next Drake and have to fight for Soul Point.
That's really the issue, as we do have a big fight on the top side. There are 5 members of DK here, though, as Wei does not know that. They're trying to fight 2v5 right now. Kick comes in. That is a rocket to hit a crown, as Castle will go down. And that's going to be the end of this turret. DK finds yet another position and fight on this map.
Yeah.
Sight might just die. Looks like he will not. He's going to flash away. As Hambach, he's still struggling with those traps. He's going to try to flash out of this one, but he will not be able to. So that's another kill given over.
It's so funny how this game has, like, all of the lead that D+ have right now, like the 4,000 plus gold now that they have in the lead, every single fight they've won has just been KT kind of like tripping over their shoelaces a little bit and trying to do too much. It's like they're trying to show off in this game. And while D+ is winning the game, it feels like a donation more than a really sick play where I'm like, oh, look at the play, look at the group up, they're making the macro play. Like the mid-game play was great, but they're grouped up here, and instead of just walking away and giving turret, they're just hard forcing here in a 2v4 fight. And yeah, I get it, you have the rocket, so you're like, well, it's actually really 2v4 plus Jinx rocket, but you don't have the damage. And then Hype comes up here, and he's just donating another kill. Like, it's KT losing this game in a lot more ways than I think D+ are winning. D+ are punishing well, but KT, let's go back to the form we saw in the first 2 games. Maybe this is a bit over aggressive.
Chronicler telling us, you know, this is how it started last time, but a nice little cage comes in. It's a ton of damage, and Vi is just 100-0. But the turn comes in, massive 2-man knockup, and the TP in from Pulbe should be enough, as Feisty is going to go golden, but only for a little while, as in goes Castle. But again, I mean, it's up against a super fed Caitlyn, and there's a bunch of traps on the ground. You can't go in alone, as some of the decisions right now for KT fighting from behind are very questionable, and DK are just lapping up the kills and are very happy about it, as Castle will go in. But even a stopwatch available now for the support Lux, who's 3-1-7.
So ultimately, you've now taken 2 fights to save this turret that have resulted in, first of all, the turret still goes down. Second of all, you've given over massive gold to D+, and now this game is just unwinnable. It's unplayable at this point, because, like, you're forcing this here, and you have the numbers advantage, but you miss the hook, and the Veigar Event Horizon, I was like struggling to figure out that word. Event Horizon goes off, but you're way too far up from the enemy Malphite. You know where he is, and then you're forcing this as well. Kill Pulbe! Why are we ulting the backline? If you kill Pulbe, Jinx gets excited again, and maybe you can front to back this, but you went into the backline, so now you're gonna die also. Like, everything I said about, oh yeah, KT are doing the better team fighting, like I said, like, what, like 10 minutes ago? I'm like, yeah, I mean, I don't trust D+ right now.
Welcome to Challengers.
Now I'm like, well, you're not. They're not doing the better team fighting at all.
Yeah, it's an issue for sure, and you can see the massive gold differences, especially on the bottom side. This is where DK are going to have their advantage just because of this lane. Didn't matter that Luby lost his flash and died at level 1 if you just come back and you take out the entire turret and get very far ahead. And after that, we're able to use that lead to get even further in the lead, as total damage dealt mostly in Rahel, and second is actually Luby on the Lux.
He's done a lot, and the Jinx hasn't been able to do anything this game because they've been trying to set her up, but the fights are ending so quickly where she's just like trying to get out. She's like, oh, okay, this isn't working, I'm trying to retreat. And I mean, KT, I get it, you want to get Soul Point here, and you do have position, but okay, this is a choice you could make. D+ are just going to go for Baron and give up the Soul Point, which KT should never have been able to get this game. And yeah, Baron is better, arguably, but
it just feels like DK could have gotten both.
Yeah,
right?
like
Like,
This is very weird.
KT, maybe if you have zero vision or control over the Baron, maybe they rush it down while you're taking the Drake, but DK could have played around that, right? They could have just taken both. Either way, we do have this Drake going
they're
down
going to try to
very
contest,
slowly.
actually.
I
Yeah.
think KT realized this a little bit too slowly, as now it's a bunch of members coming on over. Rahel not quite here, so Wei just going to potentially die. Yep, just gets zapped in the back as Vi ultimate onto the Jinx, and Hype is just not really able to do damage in this one. He's just going to flash over as KT are totally jumping ship. They do not want any part of this fight anymore.
Well, now with Baron going over, I mean, you can grab this Drake. You could probably just put Lucid on it solo, to be honest. There should be able to get a massive amount of control over the map, if not just straight up siege the base and end the game outright. This Drake, ironically, is going to buy some additional time here from KT, especially if D+ all just reset, which they will. So, some macro errors here from D+, if we're going to really nitpick, but like at the end of the day, they still got both critical objectives. And KT also made an error in terms of how quickly they went over to do said Drake, so didn't actually get the advantage they were looking for, gave up the Baron. And I still want to say, like, this game is 100% over. D+ have this, or we're going to a fourth game. But, you know, if they continue to just fight for Drakes and not get much out of their Baron, for example, I mean, there's a world where we get to the late game, like super late game, and KT catch up. So, gonna have to see what they do with the last 90 seconds of this Baron. Should be able to get this turret at least. But yeah, Valdez has not been the cleanest Challengers gameplay that we have seen.
That is the way it goes, generally.
파괴되었습니다.
Is the entire team pushing in with this one. And I think as DK, you can hope for 2 inhibitors here. Thanatos doing a great job of holding down the fort in mid. Although now he's... Okay, he's not going to take that inhibitor. As Volbe goes over to mid, but...
I mean, they should eventually get it, right? Like, right?
A little hook there as he hooks him into the wall, and a 3-man knockup comes out from the Malphite as they just line up for it. Right in front of him, Castle is going to ult a Zhonya's as he is alone in the backside, and that will be the end of this game. DK, they find the angles, a very nice team fight once again, and that should do it.
All right, going to game 4. KT Rolster falling apart here in this third game. You mentioned the nerves that might come in when you're like this close to winning. They get the flash early at level 1, they get the kill, but cannot convert on that at all. And Castle just kind of having a messy one on this Sylas. He played the laning phase incredibly well, but his decision-making with his hijacks was... It left a lot to be desired, let's say. And D+ bouncing back in a big way.
Yeah, it was a pretty massive game for them to bounce back on as well. You know, it felt a bit doomed after the first blood and after the way the laning phase was going on the top side of the map, but they just held strong, waited for their Caitlyn and Lux to take down the turret, and from there it was basically over.
I think the POG is probably either going to go to Thanatos or Loopy this game. They both had such a high impact, as even though Loopy like lost his flash at level 1 and then walked in and died, not that significant at the end of the day in this game, and played really well around Vision, stopping that flank play when Castle teleported mid. Vision control, his follow-up ults to the Malphite ultimates from Thanatos were really good. And yeah, I mean, I think Rahel had a good game as well and did a ton of damage, but it wasn't really about the Vi that much. It wasn't really about mid. I think it was about the Caitlyn getting ahead in lane, and when the follow-up team fights, as KT just tried to do way too much from behind.
And they will get blue side for the next game. I think they tried to be cute in the draft. It looks like it was working until it wasn't, but maybe we just get them back on blue side and they just play a straight-up game, but might not be the way this goes.
Yeah, it might
the
just
story
be...
of Challengers, especially this weekend, well, I say weekend, it's Monday, Tuesday. This Challengers weekend, it's getting pretty interesting now. We might just see another reverse sweep if DK can get another dominant game.
Yeah, I think the reverse sweep angle here is KT just kind of fall apart mentally, and you could almost feel it in that game. Like some of the decisions they were making in the early game, I was like, oh, that was so close. Like, oh, this is actually really smart. It's really cool. As Rahel will pick it up.
I voted for Lucid.
Yeah, you were a Lucid voter.
Yeah.
I think that's fine. But like some of the decisions from KT in the early game, you're like, okay, this didn't work, and it was probably wrong, but it was almost there. But then some of the decisions in the mid to late game was like, okay, what are you thinking? Like, what is going on? Like, team panicking a little bit and falling apart. We can't see that happen a second time, or the momentum shifts against you, and then game 5, there's no way you can win it, right? As KT. Reverse sweeps in game 5s too. Like, if you win 2 games in a row in a best of 5, the reverse sweep almost always happens. It almost always happens. Preventing that reverse sweep is way harder. So KT gonna need to get some good talks from Lilac here in this break, and their heads back on straight going into game 4.
Yeah, I think just try to play your game. Don't try to be too fancy. No more Silas counter picks or anything like that. Just play a pretty straightforward composition, and you should be in a really good position. But the question is, now does the mounting fear, the dread, begin to come in, and somehow do they start to lose control of this series is another question, because DK, I liked their ability to just stabilize and come back in that game. So either way, guys, we are done here with game number 3. We'll take a break and be back.
빨간 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 파란 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Hello, we are back here at Challenger League, and things just got a bit more interesting. If you missed game number 3, DK have been able to claw back one of these games and make it 2-1 currently in favor of KT. KT will have side selection, probably going to go to the blue side. Might be able to wrest back control, but DK finally one step forward.
Yeah, I think it's going to be about the mental fortitude here of KT Rolster if they can continue to play well in the rest of this series, or if their decision-making that we saw in that last game is indicative of kind of a breakdown, especially in the mid-game. As D+ didn't play a bad game or anything like that in the previous game, but it felt like they were like, oh, look, they're messing up this fight again. Thank you for the gold. And then they made some good decisions. There were some lapses of macro judgment, but I think that if KT lose this next game, we're probably going to see a reverse sweep. I said this before the break, but I really feel that way.
Yeah, I mean, that should be the way it goes. You get that momentum going and you win 2 in a row. Feels like generally you would win that third game, but KT not able to do that themselves in the last one. Obviously, there were some issues with the way that game number 3 was played from the side of KT. I said to you before, it felt like they were playing as if they had already won, right?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we've just swept these guys twice. We're just going to beat them again. Like, we counted them in the lane in the top side. Like, we got this. We can just take it. And then DK punished them for that.
They certainly did. KT have chosen blue side, which is, as we expected, going to be the decision here. We might see some Zeri priority. I would not be shocked to see that. The loser of this series will play against T1, and the winner goes off against DRX. So neither of these teams will be eliminated tonight, as she's calling for the reverse sweep. And I don't know what's going on the bottom right, but it's very interesting.
I see a picture of a player. Let's see it.
Zoom closer, zoom closer.
That is
Enhance.
nuclear. That is nuclear. I don't know what the words say. Okay, we're getting closer.
On this rift, I can't read the rest. But it's at the top said on this rift.
Okay. Okay, so on the rift. We got it.
Something about victory, I saw like, I just couldn't read all of it. A lot of the text was broken, but someone confirming to us in production that it was a cartoon. True. True, I think so.
It was a cartoon, but I don't know what the cartoon said.
Yeah, the text was a little bit small. But that's okay. Maybe we'll get another look at it later. As we're going in to game 4 here. And KT will have that blue side, so we'll see what D+ decide to do with red side this time around.
Ban Ryzen Syndra. Well, maybe they just ban Ryzen, Sejuani, and Ashe, or Annie if they have to, from the red side. Oh, what's up, Denunciator? We finally made it. Hashtag bring back Denunciator. Working.
My favorite hashtag.
Yeah. There's the Sejuani. And KT will now ban away Caitlyn.
They're going to first pick Zeri. I think they're doing it. I think they're doing it.
Annie ban or Zeri ban? Or Ashe ban?
Lee Sin ban, question mark? I think they have to ban Annie. Feisty is just too good. Right, D+? Oh! So now they can trade Zeri for Annie, if that's what they want to do. So they'll take the Annie, and looks like Rahel wants to play Zeri. With the bans he's been given by KT, he's like, seems like a good idea. And they banned Rakan because they don't want the answer to the Zeri to be the Xayah.
Yeah, but guess what? Annie is the answer to everything. She is the one true being in this universe.
True.
So you can't really argue with that.
Yeah, the ability to lock down a Zeri is much easier when you have an Annie on your team. So the positioning is going to have to be really good here for Rahel. If they lock in like a Xayah here, I'm going to lose it. Because it just makes no sense. That also is not going to happen. So, what are we doing, D+? What are we doing, D+? You had Vi available, but you did not lock it in. If you want to play these picks, you probably should have picked Vi.
Beware the R5 Nasus.
Oh my god. Now they have a flex pick in this Annie with the Zeri, potentially, if they want to, and they can keep their support hidden. They can grab a jungle pick here so they don't get choked out of jungle. They can take Vi away. Like, oh yeah, cool. You guys are playing the Ahri, we'll take the Vi. And you go Vi Zeri here. and then be like, we still have a mid pick that, you know, could come through that you guys don't know about. The fact that they get the Zeri and the Annie in this draft is insane to me.
Illegal.
It's insane to me.
It's illegal. That's what I'm gonna say. You don't have to say it, Wolf. I'm gonna say it. This should never have happened. This is not allowed.
Because I thought the play, like the ban on the Rakan is super sick if they're gonna deny the Zeri pick themselves, and they wanted this to happen. But now it's just like, oh, I thought you guys were clever, but maybe I overestimated you.
Perhaps. Let's see what DK have cooking, because they're gonna need some special brew for this one.
I think maybe you go Thresh here, but if you reveal that, then you're not gonna get Jinx or Aphelios. Okay, now you have to ban the Gnar probably to feel comfortable in this matchup that you picked for yourself. So you've revealed your solo laners. And now KT can ban Thresh, which is like super easy. Now you've denied some of the power of both of those lanes, and then you're like, cool, now I also could just ban any other support I want to mess with your lane. You could ban like Nautilus, Thresh, and be like, good luck. Good luck.
Yeah.
What are we cooking? What are we cooking, D+?
What are we cooking? Maybe a Nasus? What do you think Veigar Nasus bot?
Nah, I'm gonna say nah. I'm gonna say I think it's bad.
You're gonna say blah, blah, blah?
Yeah. So they banned the Xayah, which is weird, but okay. The Lulu is also going to be banned away here, which is fine. It's not strong because they could even just play any support.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
Sure, Lulu is not the end-all be-all.
Banning
It's really
Lucian
good,
means I feel like this is a really easy Thresh Aphelios angle. Pick Thresh first.
Senna Seraphine.
Pick Thresh first. Okay, whatever. now they can see.
All right, whatever.
All right. Now they can see what. Okay, in their defense, they can see what the support is going to be for sure. Because if it's Annie, I don't think you want to play Nautilus, but maybe if it's going to be something else in the bottom lane that you're. We'll see what it's going to be. Right? There's a lot of different options. If it's going to be like a Braum or something, like yeah, I'll play Nautilus like, for sure. It's actually going to be the Nautilus deny.
Gosh, was like that Malphite ult was pretty strong. I want to play it. And he will get it.
And it's the first time that Malphite has like gone through this draft for KT where they're able to lock this in. It's been when D+ didn't prioritize it banned in second phase. So both these teams knowing the strength of this pick. It has to be Thresh now. If it's not Thresh, I'm gonna say it, Valdez. I'm gonna say it, Valdez. This draft has no synergy.
He said it.
It's concerning. Because like Thresh is so good with Ahri and with Lee Sin, and Leona is okay with all of these picks, but not amazing. But you're playing Leona into Annie. There's a lot of damage in this comp. You can't be up in the front lines. You're gonna die.
Now, Loopy has played 3 games of Leona. He is 3-0 on the pick.
All right, but what about Thresh? Let's take a look at that one. 0 games of Thresh. Wow, that
what did he mean by this?
I think that explains a little bit. Maybe he doesn't feel comfortable on the pick.
Yeah,
that's
and,
concerning.
You know, they don't have Nautilus. They don't have Vi. They don't have much point-and-click stun, and Leona isn't really either, but at least it's ranged engage to either hit the Zeri and force a cleanse, or if you do get into the backline, you can point-and-click your Q, so at least you do have some sort of way to get onto the Zeri.
And
I feel like without it, you know, I'm digging deep here, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I don't really like it either, but I'm trying to, like, understand
the Thresh is okay.
where they're coming from.
The Thresh is okay with the Aphelios into the Nautilus area. It's not great, but the Thresh is not actually for your lane. It's actually for your Ahri and your Lee Sin. Like, that's what I'm talking about here, and every team that is drafting Aphelios Thresh at the top level in the LCK is not doing it for the Aphelios. Okay, they're doing it for everything else on the map, and like it's usually Vi, Ahri, Thresh that's the really big dive threat. In this case, you have a Lee Sin and an Ahri. Didn't get the Vi, but he's going to play Leona. And you can still set up dives that way. It can work if you can hit the Zenith Blades, if you can get in there. We'll see if it happens.
All right, here we go. Game number 4. Let's do it.
just was gonna let it go.
Wolf was right.
미니언 생성까지
Wolf was right.
30초 남았습니다.
Just keep saying I'm right. I don't
You
know.
you
I
miss
feel like I
it.
don't
You
deserve
miss a
credit.
beat, and then there's. It's like 3.5 dues actually. It's like 4, but it's like not exactly.
The third one is extended. I feel like.
Maybe.
Dun, 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 dun.
Kind of, yeah. And it's 1 beat late. I checked the VOD. Atlas checked the VOD.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
What did you check the VOD for?
I mean, he's gonna tell us.
Was it the
He's gonna
dues?
tell us what happened.
Okay, let us know. Any interesting things here? We do have cut down
Overheal.
for both 80 carries.
Yeah,
I did check that.
Overheal for both as well, which is obvious. That's why these champs are so strong right now. That was buffed, and Ghost for the Aphelios, interestingly.
The 4th do is on the downbeat. That's because the first Wolf was late and it was a beat later. Okay, so it is a beat later, but Wolf was also late. It didn't sound like he was late, but
I think I was a little bit late.
Atlas checked the VOD, so perhaps on that one he was late. But that's okay. I'm glad because as Mistake Boy, which is a great name, really love that one. As he pointed out, the 4th do is on the downbeat, meaning that the first one doesn't start on the upbeat unless one of them is delayed. So there you go. We're figuring out the dues as we go.
Yeah, I listen to music, but I don't really know a lot about. And I like a lot of music, but I don't really understand. I'm like pretty good at rhythm games.
Yeah.
But like, you know, these things, these technical terms you guys are using, downbeat.
Yeah.
I only use that as a metaphor. Like, I don't actually know what it
I
means.
think that Mao and I were early L split, but also I was early as well because I thought you guys were right. Like it wasn't because of you guys being early, but it's okay. We'll be better for summer.
Yeah, no, I mean,
We'll be better.
honestly though, WDG, I think they've just made this, you know, I guess their guitar strums, electric
timing.
guitar strums, they've made it a part of the show again now. So like,
So we don't have to do it.
it might just be dead. Like, I don't know. Like, we should show respect to the original, you know?
We're the only ones who heard it. I heard it as well in week 1. It happened in week 1 for us as well. And then it was gone.
It's like the I get it meme, you know? Sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you hear it, sometimes you don't.
Which team is Plata from? That's DRX. They played yesterday.
Yeah, I was just saying, Alice, it's been a long time since we've heard it, so I think everybody kind of like
Yeah.
remembered
You
wrong.
would assume it's on, you know, it's on beat, but it wasn't. It's like kind of, it's got that weird like funkiness to it. It's cool.
Doran's blades start here for hype, by the way, and not the call, which I find interesting. I think that he probably
Yeah.
could have just started call. I think Doran's blade's very weak right now. It isn't going to offer you a whole lot in this lane. If you're going to go Doran's blade, might as well just go long sword at this point. Like, it's going to give you a little bit of extra health for these all-ins that you're probably going to face, and it might be good, obviously, at level 6 as Humbug's hiding.
Yeah, gonna get a little harassed. I mean, you're not really ever doing too much as level 4 Wukong. He did have red buff though, so.
Yeah, I thought with the red buff maybe they commit a little bit harder and try to get a flash, but even that one auto there is going to help a lane push here for Castle just slightly as he continues to harass with Qs. As, yeah, bit of a trade in mid, not too significant.
Do any of the casters know Korean?
Yes,
Yes.
all of us actually know different levels of Korean, but all of us have at least a basic, at worst, understanding of Korea. And everyone has studied it in their own way. Valdez and I have been here the longest, so our Korean is better, but...
Yeah, I also had a free year where I wasn't working and only studying, so that was kind of broken.
Yeah.
Compared to most of the other guys who were very busy and didn't quite have the same amount of time. It's unfair.
Yeah. But I mean, everybody can read, and, you know, like Max and Mao can order food without any problem and get around and live through their daily lives without any problem, so...
Wolf taught me English.
You're welcome.
There you go.
Glad to hear it.
Yep.
So, this early game here, where nothing has happened with the Lee Sin, doesn't feel great. Well, it doesn't feel very feel amazing, you know, for D+'s composition, as there are going to be serious team fight issues later on. But it's a call start for Rahel, so at least he knows he's going to be hitting that extra gold in a little bit.
Lupi has come here to steal some XP. Obviously, not what he's doing, but just help pushing, and we are looking for this Cloud Drake here.
Yeah, just wants to have some pressure in mid so they can get this Drake. So they don't make anything happen early with the with an early Lee Sin gang, but they are able to still pick up the Drake first. Nothing Wade can do about this. Now they're going to push this wave in, so Rahel will potentially lose some farm here if they set a trap. And just try to slow down that rotation over. Early game Zeri power, man.
Yep, huge chunk damage. Beautiful tracking.
Beautiful tracking.
Beautiful. As Charm is going to hit here. Fulbay is going to get tibbersed.
I often rather think of Taimu in that old envious roster that had the beautiful tracking
Same.
in said game with the Soldier 76 ult, but no one thinks of it as often as Atlas, no doubt. As, not going to force a plate or anything like that with this wave, just going to try to deny some farm. Fulbay shouldn't lose too much, but having to back here after teleporting already means that he will lose a significant chunk of it and is 20 CS down. And Fulbay has really fallen quite significantly in terms of his prowess here in the lane. Probably should let this plate go. If he defends it and then Feisty picks it up, that will feel real bad, and I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Sadly.
Huge engage on the bottom lane.
Yeah, if by huge you mean very small.
I mean, he did go all the way.
Oh, we haven't heard that one in a while.
Mm-hmm.
God, that's a great meme. That's a real throwback.
I mean, I was just listening to the Grease soundtrack in the car on the way here, so that's all. That's where it came from. That's why I was thinking of it, at least.
Somebody wrote 2-2. And I think what he means by that,
it's like
for anyone asks,
World 2,
yeah,
Level 2.
I thought that initially, but I think he thinks that D+ are going to win this fight and bring us to Game 5. And right now, I don't think KT should be contesting this. They're very late, and that is really unfortunate for KT that they completely committed to this and then got nothing out of it. So Zeri could have been getting plate gold bottom side. She's not going to be able to get a huge advantage there. Rahel has Crescendum, but isn't going to be able to do anything with it here. So she might still, actually. But it could have been even bigger what the Zeri is able to pick up out of this. So bit of an unfortunate situation here for KT Rolster.
I bind my flash on my mouse wheel. I think that's a good idea, as Fulbay is once again getting traded out, and I think he got 40 gold from First Strike, if I'm not mistaken. I'd love to get a First Strike counter on the gold if possible. If anyone's out there listening, a very special someone. Because he just keeps doing this, and now he's ahead 20 CS as well. So, imagine leaving Annie up in 2023.
Yeah. And then not picking Zeri. Yeah.
Yeah, and Feisty's like, I press R button and I get gold.
And then picking Ari and not picking Thresh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, so some of our players here in Challengers don't quite have the champion oceans that some of the players in the LCK have, or Feisty, who has a champion ocean, as we have learned.
And like, this is still a winnable game for D+. It's a 0-0 kill game. You know, they were able to get the Rift Herald. They
Well,
got
it
the
worked
early
for
Drake.
DRX. Well, guess what? I know both of the teams start with D, but they're not the same team,
But
unfortunately. But yeah, maybe.
I mean, look, they have some good things going for them, right? Early Drake, which buys them time. They have Rift Herald, so that's going to be some gold. Where if they can find a place to secure it, because right now it's been a little bit tough. Probably going to go bottom. Rahel's about to finish his cull. Sub 10 on this now. We'll be able to finish it with the next wave. Feels really bad that it's actually legit just going to be 2 off if he gets all of the CS, but sometimes that's how it goes.
Just wait until next wave. Go ahead.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky. A little bit unlucky.
You should have hit 2 more CS.
Should have. But you've got some advantages here. Now you're going to stay around for the Drake fight. 30 seconds till spawn. Pretty significant for KT to take this. Otherwise, D+ has so much agency on the map because they can just avoid the rest of these Drakes. And the Hextech in general is very strong for their composition. Even though it's just a solo one, it's going to be some additional attack speed. And Ahri has some cooldown reduction as there's the drop of the Herald.
Yeah, should be able to just hand over a plate to Rahel, which he will take very thankfully.
Feisty,
Pretty good.
looks like he's maybe trying to set a trap, but now he's the one who's caught.
Okay, he's Annie. That was my analysis for the situation.
Yeah?
I knew that I did not have to say anything else. Because Rahel will just ghost away.
Got a ghost.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Annie doesn't have ult, but
The follow-up engage here, though. Hambach ends Wei. Not the great spot. The charm lands, and Wei is able to get some value as the follow-up Cyclone here from Hambach is pretty huge. Hype extremely low, though, as he barely is going to help pick up that kill. It's a very close call, but KT just barely ahead.
yeah. Big shield coming up on that Zeri. And by big, I mean little, but it ends up coming up big here because it saves him there, and he's able to get the additional kill there. So close to going down to Pull Bay. And Feisty didn't ult for the engage, but they still had a really nice team fight there with the Wukong ult. Flash Cyclone super huge in this fight, and now D+ just rushing over here with these low health bars, hoping they can contest this Drake, and I think they'd be right in that they can actually stop KT from doing this because everyone had to back. And this means that D+ get a second chance at this fight, and this time those critical ultimates that KT used will not be available. This Castle doesn't have Unleashed Teleport, he's stuck topside, and actually I think at the end of the day, D+ will still get this Drake, and a lot of gold going over to KT here, but D+ now with a gold lead and a 2 Drake lead. With the Cull completing, that's where a lot of that gold lead is. Aphelios already has his Gale Force.
Well,
Well,
but there's no jungle, so I think they should just stay on this. I don't think KT can really fight this one.
it
Getting
looks
a
like
little bit worried because DK were like, oh god, we can't do this. We're just going to give the Drake away, but actually no, they were in total control.
I was more worried that KT was going to try to force a fight there. But it looks like they were just trying to go for like an extendo beam steal, get some additional vision. As Hype loses half of his health bar here to the Caliber from Rahel. Rahel plays this so incredibly well. The ult comes through too, and look at how low Hype is pushed by this. But it's Hambach's Flash Cyclone that saves the day here as Feisty shows up with the Tibbers. They have enough damage to burst down the enemy Ahri. Words are hard today for me.
Words are hard in general.
I'm like, Pull Bay, he's the one, he's not, but he's not the enemy Pull Bay, he's the enemy Ahri, and so they do end up winning the fight, quote unquote, but losing the Drake because so many ults had to be used.
Charm gonna miss. Feisty in a really rough spot here. Does not have Flash as he gets ganked from every which direction. Seemed like KT had no clue that Luffy had roamed up, and he was playing very aggressively in the lane. So pretty free kill here for DK.
Yep. Stopwatch, not going to be used here. Not going to try to turn this or anything like that. Just goes down. Already bought his Rod of Ages, obviously, a while ago, so that's stacking up. But getting pushed out of lane here multiple times means that lead that you had earlier is really fading by the wayside. Rahel going to use this Crescendo to take out the turret. And there's going to be first brick. So lots of money over this Aphelios now, who is already significantly ahead. I'm feeling really good about D+'s chances now in this game.
Yeah, the last 3 or so minutes have been all DK, even with that crazy fight that we saw that, you know, barely went the direction of KT, but there's just been so much more that DK have been able to take off of this map, as now Hambach is trying to really force onto this one. He's got a teleport coming in, the entire team going to back him up on this one, as we might just have a 5v5 on the second Rift Herald.
Yeah, this time those ults are back up. Gotta respect the Annie. Feisty's positioning here is very good. Lucid going over the wall.
Okay, that's a Cassante. Definitely don't want to hook him as a bit of damage comes out from Rahel. Way in a rough spot here as ult has to be used on the Pull Bay, and KT do not want to take this fight any longer as they will smite away the Rift Herald. Looks like Hambach should be able to get this one. Nice Cyclone as he goes in alone. Luffy trying to zone them away just goes down as a massive mount fight into the backline. Rahel immediately dies. And now Hype's got an angle here. If he stays alive, KT will win this fight. And And that they do, although Thanatos, I said it too early perhaps, as he goes back in, but guess what? Tibbers is actually the final boss, and Polbay will just have to run away.
Yeah, big Q here, but it's not going to matter at the end of the day. They're just going to clear this wave and head back. So a very close fight, a very messy one, but you could really see the problems with Leona that we talked about in the draft phase where, yeah, she has Eclipse, but she's not going to live very long. As soon as this gets smote away, the call should have been to go out. Loopy goes in, and the follow-up damage isn't there. Hype's on the edge. Rahel cannot actually get anywhere near this team fight because he's like, oh, the Malphite's going to ult. He's still ulted, but while doing no damage previously. So those are the two kills that matter the most. And Thanatos does have a flash, and he's going to use it to get over the wall here, even though he already all-outed. So he trades back some kills, but ultimately a huge win here on the fight for KT Rolster. And D+ just really wanted to deny the eye, but unfortunately gave up their gold lead entirely. And now KT actually taking a massive lead here. Going into this Drake fight is the one person who's still ahead is the Aphelios. And I was going to mention this before this comes up. As you can see, technically Thanatos is 400 gold up, but that's not significant because the enemy top laner is an R button, and he's going to be able to press it every time and do a lot of things to the enemy AD carry regardless, maybe even force him to flash. His flash is coming back up now, so at least he'll have that counterplay for the next fight, but your Aphelios is really the only part of this game that's going well as D+ now in that really messy poor fight.
And things are really getting down and dirty in this one. It does feel like DK a little bit nervous on the fight. You saw that KT were able to handle it much better. Like the coordination, once again, it kind of reminds me of the first couple of games where KT were just like really solid, really smooth. In terms of how they got to this point, it wasn't exactly that, but that in that fight specifically, it really felt like total control was in the hands of KT, whereas DK were kind of like going in and out one by one, not really coordinated on their engage.
Yeah. And like the fact that the Aphelios is the one that's ahead, it kind of stings the most because if you had a wider lead across your comp, picking one single target feels less bad. Like if you had a real mid laner who does damage and not a pick-based mid laner, then you wouldn't feel as bad if your Aphelios just gets Malphite ulted and dies. But now your lead might just be Malphite ulted and be out of the fight, and that's the end. Like that might actually just be what happens in these team fights. So
that's why pick comps are king.
Yeah, and like
just kill enemy champion.
You have an Ahri, but she has such a frontline she has to go through, whereas Malphite doesn't care about frontlines, he just goes. And if Rahel is positioned to not get hit by a Malphite ult, he's not doing anything. So it's a win for KT. And no vision.
They're running it again. I saw this in game one as Charm does come in. Feisty though with his rod. It's up. It's not completed just yet. No 8-minute rod in this game, but he's still quite tanky. Tanky enough.
Yeah, and he has flash ult, so you have to respect his threat as well. Look at how far back Rahel has to play. He's going to actually teleport back into this, looks like. There it is.
It's rough. Really, when you're playing into Malphite, you are essentially forced to play forward, but you have to have flash, and then when he ults you, you have to react on time. It's like, it's really difficult, but it's often what we see from the best AD carries when you are going into Malphite comps. It's not always easy.
Yeah, this is just the new meta in the LCK. It's just like, in Challengers too, obviously now, even arguably more so in Challengers, it's just the AD carry scaling is now a thing. We're not playing strong side, we're not playing Lucian, Draven, any of that stuff. So you're just like, well, if I just kill it, I win. Kill AD carry, win fight, win game. And we're just going to let this Drake go to try to do Baron, which isn't spawn. Not sure about this.
I thought they were grouping mid to push the turret at least, but instead they got the blue buff and scuttle.
See those two control wards here that are being panned over?
Yeah.
Those two control wards means D+ can't actually force the mid turret, because what if they're not doing Drake and they just ult us with Malphite while we try to siege the turret? So we can't do that. Baron hasn't spawned yet. We don't have the damage to do Baron anyways. It's probably what somebody would say on the comms if they were actually talking about doing Baron. So they just kind of awkwardly back away and give the Drake for free. And it's Mountain, so this is quite significant into the Ahri, especially.
This has happened the entire series. Even in Game 3, there were fights where KT on red side, as we will have a pause here, KT on red side were able to take total vision control and start off fights on their terms, even in the game that they lost, which is, this shouldn't be happening 4 games in a row, but KT, we talked about this before in their first couple of wins, but their macro feels to be maybe the best in Challengers. So it's really difficult to handle. You know, as much as you might look at this and look at it in a negative light for DK, I challenge you to look at it positively for KT because it really is quite impressive.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that's a really good point. And D Plus look a little bit lost here, and on top of it all, potentially a hardware issue for them. We'll see what the pause is about. We don't have really visual confirmation on that yet, and as soon as we get the information, we'll convey it to you guys. But actually, it does look like it is a problem with either Loopy or Rahel's equipment. Possibly Rahel there. It was hard to say.
You know, yesterday we got 5 games, some crazy drafts and stuff, so I feel like we haven't quite hit that value mark today, so we're kind of like trying to build in some pauses into the script so that we can, you know, kind of reach that same level.
It would be crazy if D Plus can come back in this series and come back in this game, because they had a really nice lead. You know, they really did, until they had that poor fight on Herald, unfortunately. And now just taking this opportunity to take your jacket off, as it is a client issue for Rahel. And if any recent
FPS,
yeah, if any recent pauses are to be considered, is probably the FPS drop issue, which means it's just a quick client restart.
I feel like it's generally junglers that notice that, even though I feel like in terms of being detail-oriented as a League of Legends player, probably AD carries would notice it first.
So,
and in this case, I mean, Rahel does.
I've noticed that in my games, if I click too many times too quickly, or if I alt-tabbed for any reason, even by accident, like because you're spamming buttons, like you're spamming your tab key, sometimes my FPS drops, and what I have to do is alt-tab, and then this is weird, but this is my method to get it fixed. Press the Windows key, then close the Windows button, and then reopen the client while alt-tabbing and clicking on the client at the same time, then my FPS goes back to normal. But I have had this happen to me many times, actually, in my solo queue games, so I think that they're probably experiencing a similar bug, if not the same bug. But you can't alt-tab and do all that stuff while you're a pro gamer, so you just have to restart the client. And they have, and he's back in.
I think you're a hacker.
Nope.
That's what I've learned from this discussion. Wolf is actually a professional hacker.
I don't know, I was getting really pissed about my frame drops, to be honest. The original Terrible Gamer, I just was like alt-tabbed a lot and pressed the Windows key, then went back in and it fixed it for me, so that's my method and it works.
Wolf, every solution, it spawns from some problem. Every new thing in the world is here because somebody had an issue or something that was lacking. They're like, okay, why don't we have this thing? If I had this one thing, like, my life would be so much easier, and then they just figure it out. I feel like that's kind of what you did, Wolf.
What was it like? There's like a quote like, necessity is the birth of all invention or something like that?
I think that is
something like that. Benjamin Franklin.
It's like a 94%, I'd say. It's probably like, I feel like there's like one word that's off, but I don't know which one it is. What problem created horoscopes? I mean, people just...
People worrying about their lives and where they're going and what their future holds.
Yeah,
Boom.
also...
Got him.
Also, grifters trying to earn a keep by inventing some weird kind of
mumbo-jumbo.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
All right, what about fortune cookies then?
Yeah, same thing. I mean, those are more a little bit less nefarious, I guess you could say. But either way, we do have the game back.
Yes,
it is very even. And you were just talking about, you know, just giving away a free Mountain Drake. We talked about how it's not a great macro spot, but we talked about how KT were able to get it, their impressive vision control, but also why it's a problem for the side of DK.
Yeah, because the Ahri, dealing with those resistances, and she's already gone for a no damage build, so she's just going for Everfrost Banshee's Veil, which is the build you go for. Thresh. You know, I'm just put it out there. Anyway, it's still fine here in terms of what she's trying to do to set up this comp, but that means that Rahel really needs to pop up because he is the damage and the only damage. So if he gets Malphite ulted, it's just not going to work, is it?
And he doesn't have BT. Like, this is a game where I would say, okay, maybe you really need to build some kind of defensive itemization, but he goes Gale Force, which is pretty common, but then also straight into IE. So he's doing a lot of damage, but of course, in this situation, you're just relying on not getting Malphite ulted. So you either need to flash it, or anti-ulted because you have Ghost.
Or Wukong ulted. Go on.
Yes. You are basically saying, okay, I'm going to take this risk because I am good enough to play around it. But sometimes sometimes just the weight of the difficulty is too much. Like, you're playing up against 2 press R ultimates and you die.
Here's
in Malphite and Annie.
My counter argument is I don't think that is going to save the Bloodthirster shielding actually saves him. As okay, this is a good start.
Okay, little play here on the top side. Feisty in a lot of trouble. Doesn't quite have another stun here as Tibbers finally comes down, but they get the pick and it is a shutdown that goes over to Polbeck.
Plus the extra Tibbers gold. What a misplay. I'm just kidding. But. Yeah, my argument is that, okay, we're not going to get to talk about this for a little bit, but...
So this is a bit telegraphed. They don't have Polbeck's ult, so, I mean, I guess just trying to get in position to deny some vision here for the Drake.
Feisty's going to have a stun, but he won't have Tibbers for the fight, and he won't have Flash. So that's actually huge they pick him right before this Drake. It's going to be sole point here for D+. They can push this wave in and this group up. So Feisty can teleport to this mid turret and come over, but like, what will he actually do? I think KT should probably just give this up, or Castle's going to have an amazing ult, right? And follow-up damage has to be there.
Yeah, we've seen Castle's had some really nice ults so far, even as Silas in the last game against Malphite.
So my argument for this IE second is that you need to do the damage, and you won't survive if you get ulted anyways, so... Just try to do as much as possible here, and the IE and the shielding and the overheal stuff is usually good against the enemy AD carry, but not against all this engage, so he just has to position perfectly. Basically, the Gale Force will help with that. Yeah. But if he gets hit by anything, I don't think that would have actually saved him. So I guess that's why he does this, but I see your point too. It feels really bad. Like, the risk is just so high. Yeah. But he has to be better than perfect.
The 40% crit on the Infernum ult Gamba. We'll see if it works out. Here's the charm comes in. A really nice solar flare comes in, but it is just stolen away by Helmbach. He's going to get the Drake as now they try to get in onto the Cyclone, and the follow-up Cyclone is so much value as Castle gets his ult flashed here. Rahel is trying to do damage, and he is doing quite a lot. Yeah, he's alive. The most important thing. Hype does go over the wall. The cleanse is there, and Rahel will go down. Not quite enough damage, not quite enough Gamba, as KT will take down the fight and the Drake.
Well, this is really looking bad for D+ now, because these resistances continuing to stack up means that even Zeri can push towards this Aphelios and win the fight, especially because he doesn't have that additional healing and shielding from the Bloodthirster. And that's what you normally want this for, is to kill the enemy AD carry, especially when you're playing a scaling game where you're like, oh, it's me versus Zeri, and at the end of the fight it might be just the two of us. But the Zeri has all those extra resistances and the healing, and there's way less threats. As Loopy's trying to set up for a flank here, and it's a really nice idea, but the fight is essentially lost by the fact that this Cyclone gets so high value. Like, Lucid is instantly dead, and then the follow-up ult here into Cyclone, even though Rahel avoids it, it doesn't ultimately matter. Like, Thanatos is pulling the Malphite in, like, trying to help out, trying to peel, and Hype can just chase over the wall. This is the power of Zeri. And Polbeck did his best with the charm, but it's not good enough.
We got another fight here. Loopy in a precarious situation. He has to flash over the wall just to get away. So let's flash now down on Leona. And double Mountain Drake here for KT is really going to begin to stack, especially for the Malphite. He's unkillable. Like, you can't kill him. There's no LDR yet. Rahel can't do damage to him yet, really, unless he crits like 10 times in a row. Polbeck can't. He won't. So he's unkillable, and he can provide a huge front line. And you know, you were talking about it, Wolf, right? Like, there's just too many ultimates. It's so hard to dodge. We had Atlas at the beginning of the game. He felt like this was the ideal comp for this meta because, you know, you can play perfectly, but how are you going to dodge all of this stuff?
Yeah, you're eventually going to get hit.
It's so easy for KT. They're playing like, you know, the block game you used to play as a child in kindergarten, where you put the correct blocks into the correct holes. And DK are doing like rocket science right now with Rahel. They're like, okay, we are going to change the universe. Like, the difference in difficulty is so massive.
It's so
KT,
high.
They press Nautilus ultimate onto Rahel. That's what they do.
Yeah.
They press Malphite. They press Tibbers. That's it. Rahel is like, I'm going to change the world.
But if he's back in the back line and doesn't get hit, they could just kill the front line and win the game.
I don't think that's. Now he doesn't have flash. Is okay. Let's see how this fight goes. Luffy in a rough spot here as he does get another slow flare now, but he doesn't have flash this time. As once again Thanatos now, he's trying to get in the front line here with Luffy, but he's also going to get picked off. And
that's fair.
Unfortunately, they just don't have a way into this fight.
Well, you watch Rahel in these fights, he's just walking away, and somebody's going to get left behind. Somebody's going to get engaged on. And they don't even need the Malphite ultimate to do it. They can just use the Wukong to set up the kill on the Loopy, and now you have no support, you can't fight. Thanatos is then the second to be caught, as Luz is just trying to find a way into steal, but he's completely zoned out.
Polbe has Smite. They do not know he's here. This could be a miraculous steal.
But he has no vision either.
Yeah, he's we're back in Gamba phase here, I suppose. Okay, they've kind of pulled off of this. Feisty is tanking it though. He's keeping it leashed as in he goes, and unfortunately the timing is not there for Polbe. Nice try.
Good ult from Rahel.
Infernum is great, but yeah, just no vision. Very difficult once again, and that will be the Baron over the side of KT.
If they had vision, I don't think KT stay. They probably just leave. But they had a control ward in the pit. They just know that D+ don't know. So you watch these moments and you're like, look at Loopy try to peel away. Rahel just can't be anywhere near this front line, so he can't actually damage anyone. Ahri doesn't do damage because she's Banshee Veil Everfrost. She's a secondary support for Rahel. That's what she's actually, that's functionally what she's doing this game. And eventually you're going to end up getting caught. Like eventually they're going to catch the support line, whoever's the slowest at the front. Your Leona and your, okay, hold on. Loopy.
All right, here we go again. And he still doesn't have flash. Feels like everybody on the side of DK should be building lucidity boots with the amount of times you have to flash away from stuff, but
yeah,
even those boots aren't OP enough, I don't think.
No, I don't
think so. At this point, it might be a little bit too little too late with the Baron push coming in.
Well, I mean, he was just trying to set up some vision for a teleport flank as Rahel.
Okay, nice
doing some
kiting.
damage.
And yeah, he's doing a little bit of damage. I said 10 autos. I guess I was a little bit too conservative. It should have been a lot more than that.
Yeah, and Castle, by the way, was like 5 seconds away from getting his ult. He might actually go kill him. If
He has
vision.
LDR too.
Yeah.
I'm still talking about that last fight.
Oh, yeah. like the... Okay, this might just be the end of the game.
Okay. Eclipse, the Solar Flare rather, does come in, and yeah, they can't find a way into this, as Rahel will make his way back. But again, this is the first inhibitor to go down. They're trying to get onto Castle. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 autos into Castle. I'm counting them now. I want to know. I want to know how many licks it takes to get to the center of the
I just don't
Pop.
think you're going to find out. I just don't think you're ever going to know. Now, you could get to the halfway point and multiply by 2, I guess. But it doesn't really work that way. But I guess you can.
I wonder if Tom Kench or Kalista could have been.
Pipe? Wait, whoa, baiting?
I actually think the Kalista would have been really nice, but either way, we are in this current game, which has KT and 5,000 gold lead. They're looking for the third Mountain Drake.
Third Mountain Drake, and no vision again, but D+ can't give this one up this time. Look at the positioning here for Castle.
Oh, God.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. Well, they are going to see him. That's okay. I mean, they can't kill him.
They can't kill him. They can't hurt him. So he's just like, yeah, you can see me.
He can still stand there. The only issue is just that if they
He has
push
flash.
him away. Yeah,
Rahel needs to be away.
And he's just threatening. He's just holding on to the R as the front line just gets wiped away because KT can never engage because they can't get close enough with Castle, who is not zoned away. So that's going to be the end of that fight, I guess, as KT will take down another Mountain Drake.
Another 0-0 for Polbe and Rahel in terms of damage dealt in a team fight. Can't get close. And Malphite does a lot of damage because of his build. Like he is sitting on a Jack Shows and a Sunfire. So if he stands next to people for a long time, it will hurt them, as it turns out. And you get damage from these items from your levels and how long you stay in fights. So like if he just walks at people for a long time, that's like exactly what he wants to do. And so he's going to do a ton of damage in these fights, and then D+ have to walk away or try to all-in him, but they can't because he's too tanky.
He has 774 armor.
He also has 124 magic resist from the Sunfire and the Mountain Drakes that he stacked.
Still no Void Staff for Polbe.
I mean, he just can't afford it. Like
he's trying to not attack the Malphite. He's like, I don't care how tanky he is. I want to kill Zeri, and that's my only job. And I think it's totally fine. It's probably a good call because even if you do have Void Staff, you're still not killing the Malphite. So just ignore him. They're like, pretend the rock is not here.
And the death cap is going to be useful in a lot of ways. If maybe they get to a game state where he could split push, it's going to be really nice there too.
All right, look at this. They're looking for Hype. There comes the kick and the flash. As Hype is in a really rough spot. Down he goes. They take down the Zeri. And do they have the angle now as Rahel has some space? In goes Polbe.
Castle's coming. Castle's coming.
Done, and here is Castle. He gets into that back line, and nobody can stop him as Malphite is going 1v3. As everybody, including Tibbers, is even trying to get into that fight, and now they peel back the backline. Thanatos is left alone once again, and even without the Seri, KT are winning the fight.
Big Rock comes in, Big Rock knocks up Big Rock on the chase, okay? So Big Rock, he's going to steal some movement speed, he's going in, and he decides, okay, I'm not going to actually be able to kill any of the three of them, they will out-kite me, so he decides not to actually force any further. But this is a really nice engage from Lucid.
You don't get a better one.
Into the kick. Yeah, you're never going to get a better one than this. The follow-up from Pulbay is good, but then it's just straight up a Wukong Cyclone engage. He has stopwatch, so they can't kill him, so it persists, and then
Jaber's damage, the
and
Cyclone damage, everybody's super low.
I mean, look at him chase. He actually chases so incredibly well. And then he's like, all right, well, I'm not going to int. Let's just go kill the enemy tank. He's like, I could chase, and maybe they'll kill me, and Valdez will find out.
But I decided not to.
Well, he was like, if I chase, maybe Valdez will find out the secret answer of how many autos does it take, and I just don't want him to know.
I really want to know. We're at 789, as 89% of attack damage is being prevented.
Yes.
89%.
Yep.
Now, it's been a while since I've looked at Malphite stuff, but I believe that he gets the extra armor while he has his little shield on.
Yeah.
I'd be curious to know the number without it.
I'd be curious to know the number with it, with 3 Mountain Drakes and with Jack shows.
Yes, also curious about that one. Yeah. Can we reach 1K? I will imagine that yes. Jack shows is not even activated. Yes, you guys are both on the same page here. As yeah, you're not dealing damage to him. You are tickling him. Dude,
And he's not even ticklish!
he is a rock! He can't be ticklish! It's impossible! Physically.
Okay, well, I mean, they're eventually getting through his health bar. He doesn't have flash.
No, they're not.
I mean,
yeah.
kind of,
They
like,
have
he's not
chunked him.
here anymore,
Okay.
and now Rahel actually has some space. He's going to have to teleport back in.
641 without shield and with Jack shows.
He also has Void Staff now, Pulbay does, so, like...
I thought you meant Malphite. I'm like, what?
No, not quite. He got a Negatron cloak because he's a little bit concerned.
Should've
But
gone Deathcap next.
this
He's
is
some
the best
damage
fight.
now.
This is the best fight D+ could hope for. This is
Yeah,
actually
I mean,
straight up the best one.
Rahel's got flash. There is an angle here where DK win this fight. Let's see it. As okay, Loopy on the flank. The pull comes in. Rahel's still safe as the ults just whiffs entirely. No Moonlight Vigil at all.
Castle's still full health.
And Rahel, red-white, he's looking to fight, but...
Hype is still full health too, and...
Pulbay's just not here. He's too low.
I mean, they should just be able to get the smite off here. D+ so desperate now. Lucid can go in.
Oh, they're just going to pull the trigger here onto Rahel as Castle is just tanking him up. And that one is stolen, actually, by Lucid as he will get the Baron. Thanatos is desperately trying to take down Hype, but he will not be able to. As we do have a couple of kills here in favor of KT, but they did not get the Baron.
No, if KT actually find those recalling members of D+, maybe they get even more here and they just end the game. But still, it's a negative 5,000 Baron power play as Lucid comes in, gets the steal, but isn't able to impact the team fight. And people survive. Rahel survives, Pulbay survives, but they don't actually win a fight.
Will they be on time for this Mountain Soul? We got 25 seconds. No, they're just going to get Mountain Soul.
This is, I mean, the numbers are going up on this Malphite. The numbers are going
go
up.
up.
It's
Oh,
going
man.
up. The dopamine is going to be huge. The dopamine is
Did
going
you
to be
say
huge.
dopamine?
It's a dopamine meme. It's a dopamine.
I love it.
And it's going to be big. It's going to be all through the chat. The numbers are going to go high.
How
high? Click on him. Click on him. 844.
Yes! We did it.
Plus 200 magic resist, and he hasn't even finished his Force of Nature. All right. Pulbay here is just basically 100 to 0'd, and he barely survives. And then Rahel, like, Castle's like, I'm still going at Rahel, by the way. So they have to get out of here. And even though the kills are not secured, KT can hold on to this Drake. And Lucid is trying so desperately for a steal, and they actually can't control the pit. So KT basically abandoned the Drake to go all in onto the Aphelios. And as a result, it's like a steal, quote unquote, and he is able to get in, but they just let him in because they win the fight otherwise, and then Thanatos is left out to dry.
The damage of the chakrams that were going into the Malphite, I didn't see the health bar move at all. It was only until the Ahri came over did it actually begin to move a little bit. And he is only getting tankier as the map comes along, as the game comes along.
Yeah, 844 was the next number we got with the final Mountain Soul resistances coming through. He also has a very big shield with his passive plus the Mountain Soul shield.
Each hit of this room Q is 42 damage. I love it. I love these numbers. We might just get an Elder Flip. You know, I keep saying this, but like as long as Rahel's got Flash, you can eventually ignore the Malphite if Hype dies. Like there is still an angle. There is some decent pick on the side of PK. We're memeing it, and it feels like a meme. And KT are and kind of were in position to take this game, but it's challengers. We might just get an Elder Flip, and maybe we go to Game 5.
I mean, Elder means you only have to kill most of the health bar on the Malphite to kill
Pretty
him.
sure Mountain means the game is done, so yes, maybe.
Yes. I think so, but like, no, yeah. I mean, Valdez was down the meme. I'm not going to meme. I think this game is done. I think this game was done at probably like on the second Mountain Drake that was taken from KT, but Rahel doesn't exist. It's weird that like it says that there's an 80 carry in the game who's full build. Like you see that? Like you see that on the bottom right, like right above the Leona. It says there's a Felios. It's 1, 2, 4 has full items. I just don't.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I think that's
I don't
not.
see that.
It's really strange that that's in there because I don't think they have an 80 carry actually.
That's the thing. Like it's not even Rahel's fault. Like he's playing a great game.
I know.
He's like really stepped it up for this playoff
But actually,
match.
he doesn't exist. Like he's been erased from history. Actually.
Yeah.
He
It's
never
so sad
existed.
for
He
him.
never had a lead in this game.
I'm hoping he gets to pop off in this last fight. we have a bunch of non-believers.
I mean, by the way, Castle did not have Flash for those last 2 team fights. He has it now.
Yeah.
So he also has Stopwatch, which I think is like actually silly that he would ever consider that he might be under threat.
he also
What a waste of gold.
He has currently 3,347 health on top of all of the resistances.
Plus shield.
Yeah, plus the shield and
Plus the other shield.
He also has 204 MR on top of the armor, which is, you know, Malphite thing. The caster curse loading huge.
Yeah, we're trying.
I'm staying level headed.
Nope,
Okay,
I'm not. I think this game is done.
I have not.
I'm gonna tell you guys I'm pretty excited for
KT.
KT's chances.
How excited are you?
Very
Exactly.
excited. I am
Extremely.
excited for KT Rolster's Challengers team.
Whoa.
Yep, that's right.
You just
That's
said that.
right. I said it out loud. I'll say it again. I'm excited for KT Rolster right now. Could be the best team in Challengers. Look at
man.
that. 4 Mountain Drakes.
Even
How could they
Mr.
lose?
Sheikah's like, yeah, I'm also excited.
How could they lose?
Yeah, just put your hair on the line. It's fine.
No, I don't do that. That's the other caster's thing. That's Atlas's thing. And sometimes Crocker tries to make it his thing when it's like not even interesting, like comparatively. And I'm like, you know what? I'm just not gonna do it. Crocker yesterday said he was gonna dye his hair. He didn't.
Yeah.
Okay, we got a flash. Wait,
Calm down.
wait.
Here we go. This is the catch on the Hambach. This is what you were looking for as Hambach finally takes a little bit of damage in there as Loopy is
Wait.
going very deep, but maybe too deep as he gets taken. And the flight comes in as where did Rahel go? There's so much damage.
Wait, he has GA? He has
He's
GA?
down into his
Wait,
GA.
hold on.
And Castle is gaining health by the second. And Hype will just hop over the wall. That's the end of the series, guys. 3-1 in favor of KT as Castle nearly got to 70%.
I should have said I was going to dye my hair to a color that you wanted and or cut it all off. Oh, well. I was trying to curse it for you guys. I really was. I really was.
Don't worry, guys. We will show the damage graph, and we will show Malphite on top.
Do you think Malphite did more damage than the Felios?
Yeah, I do. Actually.
All right, well...
this is the end of the game. TP's coming in, and that's it. KT will move on to the winner's side of the bracket as they will go up against DRX next week. A very well-deserved 3-1 victory tonight.
Yeah, a lot of excited KT... a lot of enthusiastic KT fans in the crowd there at the top of the arena and those upper chairs as they will take the win. And they had some really great execution as...
Let's watch this again.
Yeah. Rahel is like, I'm going in. I would like to be close to them to hurt them. I'm a low-range 80 carry. I'm a low-range 80 carry.
Nautilus ultimate, Malphite ultimate.
I would like to be within range of the enemy team to hurt them.
Yeah. The issue is
That's the comms. I leaked it.
you were never going to be. Even
It's
if
like-
KT were down like 5,000 gold, I don't think it would have mattered.
He survives and Hype is like, he's still not dead yet, and Castle's on him, and he like starts autoing. He's like, I'm autoing, and then Hype just like goes over the wall and obliterates him.
So Malphite did third on his team. He also did less than both of the carries on the other side.
Nah, he He did effective damage, though, Valdez. His damage leading to eliminations was very high.
Who was the first person to play Malphite recently? It was Keen, right?
Yes.
Pulled it out. So is Keen to Malphite what Faker was to Gragas recently?
I would say so, yeah.
Because this pick is becoming insane. It synergizes so well with all of the other meta picks as well, and it's perfect for the
we gotta
meta
vote.
with the layering of CC that we always see.
We don't really have to vote because 100% it's just gonna be top. So whether we vote or not, like, it doesn't matter. But I'll put it in because that's officially what we're supposed to do. All right, I did it.
Same.
I've memed a lot in this final game, but a lot of that is because I really think
you'll see damage mitigated, guys. Sorry,
Yeah.
Wolf. When we do see the POG pop up here, we should get that stat up there.
that's why what made me remember to vote, because I knew it was going to happen and we were going to see it. But I was really disappointed with D+'s draft here. I thought it was very weak. I thought it had so many holes and there was no synergy whatsoever. And yeah, Immobile 80 carry can't be picked without Thresh. I mean, the Thresh would have helped for sure. Would have given them a lot more agency.
Just
But
play Callista.
If you're not gonna play Thresh, then like don't all in on this comp where your Ahri is straight up a second support. Like that's what their Ahri was in this game, straight up a second support.
The Leona R5 we talked about in the draft. Wolf did a incredible screen, and there was a good reason for it. It wasn't the one to go for.
Yeah. And like the Aphelios, I was talking about like, oh, it's not about the Aphelios, it's about the Ahri, it's about the Lee Sin. They could have had so much more power with the Thresh pick if they had, with the early game control they did sort of have.
Hey, he only reduced 87,000 damage.
Almost 1,400 CC score. Keeping the CC score pretty low this time around.
He almost got
1396.
100,000 reduced damage.
Yeah. He was a
Seems
big
good.
rock.
Seems good. Yeah. Again, they should have picked Paper, which in this case was Callista, and then you don't have to deal with it. Or Tom Kench, but Tom Kench gets CC'd and you can't devour.
You know, his name is
right?
Castle. I feel like it's such a fitting name because he was the rock. He was the rook. Okay. He was
the fortress.
my man Castle in the top lane. I feel like in all 4 games he had some serious edges over his lane opponent. Like Thanatos, we've all kind of universally accepted to be the best top laner in LCK Challengers, but Castle for me was definitely up there, and he was the better player tonight, that's for sure. He had a lot of agency with the picks that were drafted for him, but D+ were not going to reinvent the wheel. They were not going to be brave in this series. They were not going to try new things, and they were just going to get outplayed in the mid lane. They were going to get outplayed in the top lane. They were going to get outplayed in macro. And the only game that D+ won was the game that KT kind of threw, basically, and where they were just constantly taking bad fights. So I felt like in no way, shape, or form was D+ the stronger team tonight. And now they're going to go up against T1. And I would tell you guys right now, I'm not predicting D+ to win that series either. I'm just not.
For sure.
It feels like a huge fall from grace, which in the first 2 weeks, 3 weeks, we were like, okay, this is the best team in Challengers. Then like weeks 4, 5, and 6, we were like, they're probably still the best. They're slumping a little bit. And then at the end, we were like, okay, they're top 3. Now I'm like, okay, they're not even top 3. Like it was such a huge drop from D+ this season. It's crazy.
And it's been going on for a while, right? I think we started talking about this at like the beginning of round 2, even, where we're like, ooh, this is weird. How are they losing this game? Like even the one that we cast where Pullbay was flanking forever against Live Sandbox, right? And they lost the 2-1. That almost felt like the beginning, but also part of the beginning because it was kind of a whole arc there. And it's rough. I mean, they make it into the double elimination, so they give themselves a second chance at least. They do get to go up against T1, but if you guys watch both series, as Wolf was saying, I think T1 on paper should definitely be the favorites going into that matchup. Again, it's challengers, so maybe DK just 3-0 them, but you never know. The memes can only bring it so far.
Yeah.
Who do you think, DRX or KT?
That's a tough one. I think I'm going to predict KT, to be honest.
Yeah, you and I are kind of on the KT hype train.
I think I'm going to predict like KT 3-1 and a T1 3-1. That's what I'm thinking right now, so just wait till my official predictions come out and they'll be like, but Wolf said that one time and then he did this later when it was official. I'm thinking that I'm going to do 3-1 for KT.
Would you say that you're excited for KT?
Yeah. Yep. Yes. Indeed. I am saying that I am excited for KT Roster. Yep.
All right. Well,
Because I don't believe in the curse. Okay, I know people hate it when I say it, but I don't actually believe. I think it's a strong team. I think they have better macro. I think their drafting is better.
Yundo also said it.
Yep. See,
Good job, Yundo.
he accidentally put a question mark at the end, but he meant to say excited exclamation
Must
mark.
say excited.
Yes.
You think we'll see more Pantheon? I don't think so.
No.
It's kind of fallen really flat when it showed, and a lot of times, as we have seen,
Poor Gen.G.
there's an interesting thing that happens in Pro League of Legends in Korea in particular, where it's like, this guy is a really strong player, Faker, in this example. He played Gragas. It looked amazing. Gragas is now the thing. And everybody played it, and they're like, oh, it really is really good. Okay. Pantheon, top person plays it, falls flat on its face. Pantheon is canceled. Nobody's going to play that ever. You might see it get tried like one more time, but they'll, for some reason, either through mental or through just, I don't know, the champ is actually not good, they'll just lose it, and then you'll never see it again. Malphite comes out. It looks really good the first game that Keen plays it. We see it all over the place. We see more games like this where it's like, oh, you actually just can't deal with this unless you draft Callista.
I mean,
and
yeah.
yeah, there are answers, but it does show that metas are somewhat defined by like, oh, really top player played this champion. It looks really good, so now everybody plays it, or it gets banned permanently.
KT have just been so good across every meta. That's the thing. Like, yeah, T1's kind of peaking at the end. DRX peaking at the end in terms of round 2 performance, right? And struggled against T1 yesterday, but ultimately were able to use their experience to win the series. KT, though, I feel like start to finish, man, never really a weak point for them. We saw the graphs earlier where these two teams were very close, first and second, for a lot of the season. Then we saw DRX shoot up and D+ shoot down a little bit, but
Lahen's Blitzcrank meta,
yeah,
another great example from Husky Attitude.
So I think that right now, like, it's hard for me to predict DRX to beat this team. I think Hype is about as good as Pleta is, but the rest of the map, like, kind of pointing to, like, KT's better. Like, KT's better. KT's better in the jungle.
DRX as a team have looked very solid as well. You know, like, they're kind of doing the opposite of DK, whereas DK were slowly falling off, DRX were slowly rising up. So I think there's something to be said in that DRX should be able to match them in terms of, like, in this series, KT was like, it was almost like they were playing with like 1.5 vision handicap on.
Yeah.
It's like they could see extra all the time, like 100% of the time in these games. Whereas I think against DRX, I think it should be a lot more even in a team sense.
I think Chronicler has, like, some additional insight about DRX because he's cast this team, or most of it, right, for a long time and has looked into them, and maybe he has a different take, because I feel like if there's one person whose opinion I trust more than, like, anyone's on DRX, it's Chronicler, but we'll see what he predicts, but it probably won't change my opinion, but I feel like he has a really good read on that team, and he always has. And I know Sponge is like a fun meme, but, like, I don't think he's as strong as Hambach personally. I think Clear can be better than Castle, but I wouldn't predict that to happen in a best of 5. He did show the Gnosis, which was cool, but...
Well, if I have a question for you,
Yeah.
do you feel like Melio is a better version of Bard?
Not really. I
Not
feel
really?
like they're really different. I kind of see what you're saying, but not really.
They have like a Q that sets up for stuff and can also prevent hard engage. Actually, it's very often used in that way. The W is there to help support your
heal.
AD carry.
Yeah.
For Bard, it's a heal. For Emilio, it's that extra range. Very long cooldown
Plus,
on that
like,
one.
small heal also on Milio.
A little bit. The E, you know, Bard can traverse. He's obviously much faster with his passive and stuff like that. And then you have like these very specific game-changing ults that like do a very specific thing. Like Bard is more offensive, right? Melee is more defensive. They're both circles. We love our circles. They both have a very similar theme in terms of like light and fire and brightness and very similar color schemes. And
Yeah.
Melio's just broken, and Bard is never seen ever again.
I think Bard is the Bearable Special Game 5 World's Champion angle. But I don't know if we'll see Bard again for, like, the rest of this year.
Yeah.
Maybe even beyond, unless he's changed. Whereas I think Milio is way better, and we'll see him, like, all the time the second he's available.
That's what I was saying. You know,
Yeah.
Emilio is very strong. Maybe a better version. We need more square ultimates. I agree. Maybe some like diamonds. I really like Aurelia's ultimate, where it's kind of like, you know, the triangle, the forward triangle, the arrow, if you will.
True.
Amelia buff range for ADC, yep. Release date diff.
Someone asked about
I do think
LEC.
so.
I watch LEC more than the other regions because it's on at not a great time for me, but if I'm up late and I can't sleep or whatever, like it's on during that time, so it's good for me. LCS is basically impossible because it's super early, and LPL is actually impossible. So.
It's cool because I feel like we both LEC and LCK kind of like watch each other's regions because we're on in the morning for Europe, so they sometimes watch before they do their matches at night, and for us, they're on after we're done, so we kind of like get to watch each other. And you know, I was watching LEC a little bit. Medic was talking about how he was watching LCK and like mentioning the T1 and KT Game 5 and stuff like that. So it's pretty cool. We kind of have that like weird, very like somewhat like transparent chain like across the world connecting us.
I like that.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, chat really wanted me to bet my hair to be dyed, but I feel like that's not my thing, guys. I
Hello,
saw a lot
Phil.
in the chat.
Thanks for watching in the YouTube chat.
Oh, what's up, Phil? He didn't ask for me to shout you out, but
Yeah.
or he asked for you to shout him out and not me, but I'll shout him out as well. If there's a game that comes up where like the hair dyeing thing makes sense, I'll do it for you guys. But that's kind of like that was Atlas's thing, and then Chronicler's trying to make it a thing, but he knows it's not going to be a thing, so he's confident to do it. And then I'm like, oh, we gonna in the game where I'm being like crazy, it's over, do it. I'm like, well, that just makes me feel like I'm trying to tag on to a meme that's not mine.
I don't have like the same thickness of hair as those other two guys, Atlas and Chronicler, so
Yeah.
I would never bet my hair because if I lose it all, I'm worried that it won't all come back, you know. It's not that my hair is like thinning, it's very fine, so and then at this age, you know, you can't really be taking these chances.
No.
Atlas, he basically grew another flower on top of his head in about felt like 2 seconds. Came back immediately.
I've already photoshopped Umpty's hair on Wolf. Yeah, I saw that. It was very good. It was very clever. Umpty didn't respond, though, which I thought was a little bit weird that he didn't answer. A little bit weird.
Baldez, yep, that's me.
Hi, Wolf. You're great. Oh, thanks.
Where's Wolf the Goat bot? Where's he? He was here at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, I don't know where he's at. He's in my Discord posting, but he hasn't shown up. He might be there. You guys should watch CBLOL. It's not good, but it is fun, and we got a lot of Koreans. I watch CBLOL sometimes. I watch the playoffs of CBLOL a lot because it's really fun, and the production is cool. Their finals last year, I think it was summer finals I watched, was really sick.
Cool.
Yeah.
I watched Lock-In. That was in Brazil.
True.
But that's a different game.
Yeah. I also watched Lock-In. Especially when the Korean teams were streaming. Hey, it's the copy pasta again.
Yep.
It gets
It's
better
back.
every time.
Where's the Jin copy pasta?
That's the best one.
He's just fooling you all. He's just running around reloading. Valdez, will you gamble your hair again? I have never gambled my hair. Although, actually, I did one time. Was this... I think it was LOL. For Jin Air, I said if they won from behind, I would dye my hair green. And then they didn't. So, I was okay. If Yuna actually is referring to that, and not just me as Atlas, which is probably more likely. Could be the way. Yeah, remember when we had Jin in our league? Good times.
Yeah. We got bro now, though.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Carrying the torch.
You guys look up gigasad.jpg. That's the new meme. Gigasad.jpg.
No
I'm
more
trying
games.
to make it a meme. It's not really a meme yet, but...
We,
BBQ Olivers.
BBQ Olivers. I remember Gathering Storm. Good times. You know, 70, 74-minute games, 94-minute games. Teddy Nexus Turret, Sag Plane games.
Yeah, the Elder Drake.
And then
It's
Griffin
kind of a buzzkill, isn't it?
came onto the scene, and they're like, we're actually the best team in the world. And then they broke up.
What about... Does anybody miss Kongdu Monster? Come on. Yeah. Najin? Any Najin fans? Any CJ enjoyers?
Any Spenu Sonic Boom enjoyers?
No. Certainly not. Any LGIM enjoyers?
Thank you for casting the games. From BBB BBBBB.
I think you added too many B's.
No, I don't think so.
BBB.
It's 3, 2, 3. Yeah. No, you did one less.
Maybe it's a Bobo
I think it is.
enjoyer.
I think it is.
Yeah. Saying it out loud, I'm like, wait a minute.
As I was doing it, I'm like, it actually is the same amount.
Big fan of the anime for sure.
Mid King Lava. Where is Lava? Lava's
He's
playing.
in CBLOL, isn't he? Or is he in Turkey? He's either in CBLOL or TCL.
I think it's South America somewhere.
Coup Tigers feels bad, man. GE Tigers feels bad, man. Rocks Tigers feels bad, man.
Yeah.
Team Dark feels bad. Oh, no, we can't talk about that one.
I remember that Kongnu Monster fan who was on every KDM game and was very loud. Yeah, he was great. He's probably still around somewhere. KT versus DK, 3-1. Here in round 2, match 2. KT moved to the upper bracket against DRX. DK moved down to lower bracket against T1. Whoever loses that match is out. Whoever wins that match faces the loser of the top one there, DRX and KT. And that will be the loser final and then the winner final.
So
AKA the final, the spring final of 2023.
Yes.
Is
So
after that.
do you share my opinion? You don't have to officially predict this. You can change your mind, of course. But right now, would you go with KT and T1?
Yes.
So we're either going to have a
I'm say
KT.
KT 3-2 and then probably T1 3-0.
Like, imagine if KT wins, they go to the finals, right? And then if you have a...
Yes, the final will be broadcasted. So will the loser final right before, the day before, Thursday, Friday.
So if KT go to the final and then DRX and T1 match up against each other again, assuming those predictions go through, like maybe T1 doesn't choke away their lead and then it's a T1 KT finals, I could see it. Or it's a rematch of this matchup here. So I think it's going to be interesting. I think the rest of our playoffs are going to be really cool. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. Gauntlet4 from YouTube chat says KT might just have to beat DRX twice.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
DRX
Like, pretty,
beat T1 twice. Yeah.
pretty high chance of that happening. So.
Is Heartsteel Santa viable? Please, no.
No.
No. Bad denunciator.
No, don't do it. Don't play it. Have you noticed it stopped being played in challengers after the regular season was over?
Gone.
Might have been some happy gaming
Mm-hmm.
or some no implications
Why
games.
isn't there a team named Happy Gaming?
There probably is, like
I
in
don't
some
think there
amateur
is.
league, maybe.
Never heard of it. I don't think there's a Happy Gaming out there.
Smiley face logo, like the
Imagine,
Walmart logo.
imagine like all of us retire as casters in like 20 years. I'm being very generous here. And we make a pro team and we call it Happy Gaming. And we're just like the staff of the team.
bunch
like
of
keep the team together.
50-year-old casters running around.
Well, yeah, I'm saying after we're done casting,
Yeah,
move on, make a team, Happy Gaming.
become the best players in the world. Really push the age doesn't matter in gaming.
Well, we don't have to play on the team. We can just own the team.
Oh, I thought you meant actually like the casters played on the team.
Chronicler will be the coach. Wolf is going to be the scout, obviously.
all right.
And Atlas and I will play board games.
No, you guys can be PR. It's fine. Maybe
Atlas
not.
can be like the face of the org, He like
Sure.
does all the events and stuff.
The happy face, the smiley face is actually just his face.
Yeah.
On the Happy Gaming logo.
It's just him going like. I feel like if you guys know Atlas, you know exactly what face I'm making because he makes that face sometimes to us. And I feel like I would be like the tech guy or something. I don't know. Maybe I run the website.
Could see it. Well,
I'm like the guy
guys,
that introduces Atlas on the stage. Like, please welcome the CEO,
I didn't-
Atlas
yeah,
Anderson.
I didn't mention it yet, but I did mention it. Valdez. I am two correct predictions exactly in a row. 3-1. I voted for KT. I voted for 3-2 DRX.
You remember me last week? I was 2 in a row, and now it's you 2 in a row.
Who's
I got
gonna
both
get
of
2
these
in a row
wrong,
next
but-
time? It's definitely Chronicler next. I'm watching his
Yeah.
predictions.
So both of us got 2 in a row right. So that's 2 of us 2 in a row.
The other two are going to get it right next time.
Definitely.
Watch
Right,
out for
guys.
those spreads.
I believe in you. Atlas and Chronicler. So we have to close now. Do you want to do one last do for the fans?
No, not really. I'll save
Okay.
it for next week.
All right, we'll save it for next week. Sorry, guys, but thanks for watching. DK, go down to KT here. KT with the 3-1 victory, and we will see you next week for the follow-up of the playoffs. Have a good night.
아